FROMACADEMY Friday. It's JulieBDeepDives, Scarlet M Echoes, and surprise, look who we have here. We have Doug Hughes again as a very special guest. Thank you so much for being here, Doug.
My pleasure.
Well, it's always a pleasure to have you. It's always a lot of fun, so I appreciate it. I know you've had a crazy week, and you just got back home from your shoot, like what, yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday afternoon, which was insane. It was we got hit with a serious snowstorm yesterday, so we had to drive like 3 hours through that. Well, 3 hours that turned into like 4.
Yeah.
But we had a very conscientious driver, so it was all good.
Nice. Well, I'm glad. It's funny because I sent you a message, safe travels. I didn't even know you were going to be hit with a snowstorm. So
yeah, and it started like just before we left town, and it petered out right around the time we got back to Toronto. So it was, exciting.
Yeah, not fun weather to travel in. I've traveled during like snowstorms before, and it can be treacherous. I don't like that. It makes me nervous. But yeah, we're getting hit with a big one tomorrow. We've gotten off easy. Usually, we get some major snowstorms in Rhode Island, but the past few winters we've kind of gotten off easy. It's just cold. Anyway, so tonight we're going to be going back over the season 1 finale, getting back into some insights on that we didn't get a chance to really discuss in depth on Wednesday. I mean, we did a deep dive, but there was more to it. I mean, it was a masterpiece, and there's more that I wanted to talk about. And Doug didn't get a chance to really talk about it with us much. So we thought we would revisit that, and later Doc is going to be joining us too when he can. And so yeah, let's see who we have in the chat. Good morning, Dieter. Thank you for being here as always. First in the chat, of course. Hey, Zapton Kaboom. Hey, Trace. Nice to see you. Here's Doc. Doc's in the chat, but he'll be actually joining us when he can. And Samuel, nice to see you. Samuel is actually one of the people who ordered your play, Doug. He's waiting for his copy.
Well, thanks, Samuel.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. I just found that out during a voice chat or watch party for Severance last night. So yeah, that's going to be fun to talk about it with everybody who reads it, and gonna have a fun discussion. Hey, Carrie, nice to see you. So sweet, Carrie. It's so nice to see you always. Hey, Mr. Frogman. Nice to see you. And Mark Egan popped in. No, Mark Egan, he's in our Severance chats, and yeah, he's here to kind of joke about us, because there was this debate. There was a mole debate on Severance. It's kind of like there are so many parallels to From. There was a theory that someone was a mole on Severance, just like the mole theory on From, except this time it was true. So yeah, it was a big reveal. It was kind of a weird one, though. I think you would like Severance, Doug. It's intellectually so stimulating, and at the very core of it, it's about people dealing with trauma and trying to become whole again. That's really at the heart of it all, and that's very much like From. Yeah, you have all these strange mysteries happening and whatnot, but at the very core, both shows are about how people cope with trauma and how they can try to find purpose in the midst of it and try to become whole again. So,
well, because of the interest that it has generated and because of the buzz that I've been hearing about it, I've been thinking about, I don't have Apple Plus, but I've been thinking about getting it for the sole purpose of watching Severance. And as it happens, a couple of days ago, I was given a very good reason to do that. So I'm probably going to be signing up for that shortly because I want to check it out.
I bet you'll enjoy it. Yeah, I bet you'll enjoy it.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, we just got done with our rewatch of season 1, and we could see the effect of trauma on so many characters and the way that they handle it in different manners. They could divide between Colony House and town. the people at Colony House chose to live for today because tomorrow isn't promised, and the people in town they chose to cling to the hope that they'll find their way home and maintain more order in the meantime. And then you see how each individual brings their own trauma to town, and experiences trauma in this place and how they deal with it. And that's really what makes it so compelling. I mean, if you don't care about the characters and what they're going through, then none of the horror or the mystery matters. So I think season 1 really made us care that much. That's why the finale was so impactful. You really care when these giant cliffhangers happen. Boyd is trapped in a well screaming for help, and Jim is trying to get Tabitha out of the hole. The thing collapses. The roof collapses. Well, not the roof yet, but the floor. And Tabitha's in the cave, and you grow to care about these people because you see what they've been through, and that's what hooks you in, really. So, yeah. And your favorite monologue from the show, we had asked you, Doug, what your favorite monologue was, and it was in that episode too. It was Jade's monologue to Tan Shen, which was about when he was 12, his grandma passed away. He was living in France. He had to move back to the States, and he was crying at the airport because he didn't want to leave. No, there was no other family there, and his grandma would be alone. And the lady said, "They come with you when you go," and it was so powerful. It was just beautiful.
Lovely scene.
It was beautiful, and the direction of it. The camera pans in so slowly onto David Alpe as he's delivering the speech so beautifully, and the camera just pans in really, really slow until it's right up in front of his face as he gets to the most emotional part of the story. It was brilliant, and shows the emotional depth of even a character like that. No one is just there for comedy's sake, for comic relief. He has depth, like all of the characters do. Scarlet, you're quiet. What are your thoughts? Are you there? I don't know. Maybe she stepped away. Oh wait, there's something.
Muted.
Oh, she did step away. Sorry, what, Doug?
I was saying she's muted.
Yeah, she's muted.
It's funny you just mentioning the difference between the philosophy of the people living in Colony House and the people living in town, and I never really gave that any thought before, but it sort of brings to mind the schism between the Stoics and the Epicureans.
Yes. Exactly. Yeah, because there's that divide between pursuing hedonism, living for today, just eat, drink, and be merry, because tomorrow we might die, and that's how Colony House operates. That's their philosophy. Donna is encouraging them to party and drink, smoke, whatever it is they want to do, smoke pot and just enjoy themselves. And then you have in town, they're much more stoic. They have their rules. And so I wonder if that was intentional, if they were thinking about that as they were writing it. But it's two very distinct philosophies on life.
And it's interesting because the first time I watched the series, I didn't really focus on the difference between them, but the second time through, it's really obvious, that there's such a different approach. And I guess the person that best personifies that in Colony House is Fatima,
Yeah, I definitely.
And all of Julie's observations on, wow, for somebody living in this hellscape, you seem to be awfully together, and how Fatima more or less explains that's part of her philosophy. It's like, well, if I'm going to have to be here, I'm going to make the best of it,
Yes. And I found that inspirational personally. I'm dealing with a lot every single day in my life. I'm dealing with a lot of pain and struggle. And And so I watched that, I watched her like explain why she has this outlook, how her father was gunned down right in front of her when she was like 13 years old or something in Iran. And I mean, that would have broken most people. I mean, talk about trauma. But she decided, she made a choice that she would never let anyone scare the life out of her. That there would always be monsters in the world, but she'd never let anyone scare the life out of her. And she became this beacon of light and hope for everyone even in this horrible place. I found that inspiring, really. It's all in your outlook on life. And that quoted line that line that she says, even a nightmare can look like a dream. That we quote that a lot, but it does really encompass her philosophy on life. And yeah, it's inspiring. It really is. And it resonates with people. And I talked to so many people who watch this show who have more struggles than the average person. We all seem to gravitate toward this show because it's cathartic to watch. It resonates with us, and it's inspirational to see how these people find their purpose and manage to rally despite living in this absolute nightmare every single day.
And it also offers a whole spectrum of responses to that trauma, everything from, on the one hand, Fatima's approach to, well, I mean, how do you decide what the other end consists of? But I mean, an obvious example is Jim on the other end, who's all very pragmatic, and I'm going to find my way out of here. And of course, Jade's doing the same thing in a different kind of way, and then you've got everything in between. You've got the people who've given up. You've gotten the people who are just incredibly cynical, and just a whole panoply of responses to this mess that they're all stuck in,
Yeah. And in the very first episode, we saw how Frank, because of his negligence, his wife and daughter get killed. And I mean, yes, his wife also bore some responsibility because she could have nailed the windows shut too. But Frank is a great example of how this place broke him. And he said in episode 3, he said, I wasn't like this. I wasn't always like this. I was a good father, but I let this place change me. I gave up. And if he hadn't given up hope like that, then maybe they could have still had a way forward. Maybe they could have one day gotten out of the place together, but he gave up. He started drinking and neglected his family. And, it was a tragic example of how trauma can break people and completely change them.
And then you've got Kenny, who's all about acceptance. It's like the best way to survive here is just to accept that what the reality is, and trying to explain that to newcomers, going, no, we've tried all this stuff. We've been down this road. Trust me, it doesn't help. The best thing you can do is just come to terms with it, which is another kind of pragmatism, really.
Yes, that speech, that there are so many outright monologues in this show that could, and they might as well be on a stage in theater. It's you can tell that John Griffin has a background in theater, because that was an outright monologue Kenny gave about how to Jade, if you don't adapt, then you're going to lose your mind. Yeah. The people that survive here are the ones who can adapt. Because the worst thing here, and people think the monsters are the worst part, but it's not. It's what it does to your mind, how it changes everything that you thought you knew. And he just slays that monologue. That's one of the most memorable things in the whole show, and I think one of the most memorable themes. It's you have to be able to adapt, or you're going to break and you're not going to survive. And the perfect 2 examples of that are Boyd and his wife. Yes. Mr. Fish and Loaves and Iron Abbey.
Yes.
Mr. Fish and Loaves is the most adaptable person. I mean, that's why he got the nickname Mr. Fish and Loaves in the military. He could make do with the most minimal of resources in the worst hellholes on earth. But his wife was nicknamed Iron Abbey. She couldn't bend. problem with iron, he said, is, you know, sometimes it doesn't know when to bend, and she broke. You know, she broke. So we saw that perfectly illustrated, I thought. You know.
And you know, this particular episode had particular resonance for me because, as I think I told you in our first interview, when I was cast to play the Man in Yellow, I had never seen an episode of From, and I just had enough time to binge 4 episodes. So I chose the top and tails of seasons 1 and 2, you know, the pilot and the finale of season 1 and the first episode and the finale of season 2. And as luck would have it, the pilot episode at the end of season 1 had the famous phone call, you know, the radio call. And I mean, I had read the scene that, of course, I had to do at that point, and I just couldn't believe my luck that I had chosen that particular episode because I had no idea that was coming. And I thought, oh, thank God, you know. So now I know what I'm dealing with in terms of that line, you know, that infamous line at the end.
That was perfect. Yes, yeah, yeah, and you also got a really clear picture of like what they're dealing with in this place, how they all are trying to get out, or like the different ways that they're trying to escape, building the radio tower, Boyd and Sarah going out into the woods to explore, Tabitha digging a hole in the basement. Even that she thought was like a plan B, and then that infamous voice on the radio. Yeah, you got to see a good example of what they're really up against and how, you know, this place will push back. Like Sarah said in the episode, you know, her brother thought that this place will push back if you push too hard.
Mm-hmm.
And it does. The storm rolls in, all hell breaks loose. Yeah. And then that voice, and when you heard that, like, did you like, I mean, obviously it's somebody else, but like, did you try to emulate it at all? Like,
oh yes, absolutely. That's why I was so happy I found it. I thought, okay, now I know what I need to try and sound like, you know. And I don't know. I mean, I listen to them now and they sound quite different to me, but it was somebody else. So, you know, I was trying to match his cadence more than anything, really, you know.
Yeah, no, and they are, I mean, as similar as they could be, considering that you have 2 different voices. And yes, I was wondering if you did that on purpose or not. Yeah, because I know they didn't give you any information as to whether that's supposed to be the same entity who's talking. You just had to make your own come to your own conclusions as best you could. And maybe that's the same entity, maybe it's not. I think it makes sense that it is. It's probably the same, just because of the line. It's the same line. It's just, you know, now it's in past tense. Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim. So
yeah, and I mean, you know, that connection seems pretty clear and pretty intentional to me. I mean, you know, an actor's job is, or at least this is how I see an actor's job, is to serve the writer. You know, you're trying to give life to what the writer has put down on paper, and so you spend a lot of time in your process trying to discern the writer's intent, you know. And also, as a writer myself, you know, that really is something that is paramount for me when I'm working as an actor too, because it's like when people are doing my plays, you know, I want them to fulfill the intentions that we have tried to make as clear as we can in the scripts. I think I mentioned to you one of the frustrations of the one production of Deadline that we had was the fact that they really tried to make it into like a full-blown comedy, you know. Not quite. I mean, it is, at its heart, it's a murder mystery, you know. Well, it's really an allegory about the writing process, but masquerading as a murder mystery. But in terms of tone, it's a murder mystery. And yeah, there are elements of comedy, but I like to think that it's pretty clear where it's asked for and where it isn't. And they really pushed the comedy kind of to the nth degree, and I think to the detriment of the production. It worked anyway, which was, you know, a relief for us to know that even with that element introduced to it, it still worked. The audience loved it and all of that, which was great. But it prompted us, when we got it published, to put a little thingy, a little note at the top saying, yes, there are elements of comedy here, but don't go overboard with this, folks, because you'll just kill the play if you do. And I'm just using that as an example of, when you don't pay attention to the writer's intent, you can go off the rails. And so that's part of an actor's job. Try to figure out, what is this person trying to say and how can I serve that?
Right. Yeah. And this had to be a particularly, I mean, I know for you approached it as a day player because it was just very much like a day player role, but it had to be more intimidating knowing that it's going to most likely lead to more. So you're going in blind. You're just going in blind with the script and nothing else. So that, to me, that seems so challenging. Like all you had was just your knowledge of that finale and that the voice on the radio and then the script for this scene that you were doing, and that's it. But
well, like, no, a little more too, and this is why it was important to me that I see as many episodes as I could before doing it, because even from the very first time that I auditioned for this series, even with that very first scene, which was not much longer than the one in the season 3 finale, it was, the tone of the thing was really clear. I mean, John, he's just such a good writer. You got a very clear sense of, I didn't know any of the specifics of what the series was about, but even without that, just reading the scene, you got a really strong sense of place and tone and all that stuff. So you're not really going in blind, And this gig that I just did the other day was another day player thing. And it was the same thing. It was going in, having to do this very intense scene with really very little context. But that's kind of the norm, so it's not at all unusual for that to be the case. What was unusual about this one was the knowledge that there was a possibility that there could be considerably more to it. And that certainly upped the stakes.
Yeah. But you never would have known it because you just looked so confident on screen. Like your entire presence was just so comfortable and confident, just swaggering in. And I never would have known if you hadn't told me that you were worried about slipping and falling down that hill as you were walking in, because you strode in there like you owned the place.
Well, because that's what the scene called for, and that's why I was so concerned, because it's like, one false move and my credibility goes straight out the window, not to mention what it would do to the costume. But that's I mean, as actors, we contend with that kind of thing all the time, and I mean, that's something that's been a part of the job for as long as I've been doing it. I remember when I started doing commercials back in my 20s, one of the things that that was different about that, as opposed to working in theater, was how incredibly specific you had to be with things. There was this one beer commercial I did where I had to pull these 2 bottles of beer out of a case of 24, toss them up and catch them. And where I caught them, I had to be incredibly specific, and I had to repeat the same thing almost exactly every time because of the way the shot was framed. It's like, if it was a centimeter too high or low, the shot was ruined, So learning those kind of skills and being able to do that kind of thing without having to look like you're thinking about it it's kind of part of the job, And particularly in film and TV, because you're hitting marks all the time, and there's a lot of technical stuff that, if you don't adhere to it, the shot's ruined and they've got to do it again. And of course you can't look like you're looking for that stuff, because we don't do that in real life, So it just becomes a kind of second nature,
That, I believe that's a commercial that you had mentioned to me before, and I looked it up on YouTube, and it was hilarious. And you looked, as you're you're tossing these up, it did look effortless. Like you didn't look like you were having any trouble with it at all. And it was so comical. Like, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
And I think I mentioned this, I think it was in an interview with you that this came up before, that we were talking about the difference between theater and film. Was that us? Were we talking about that?
Yes.
Yeah, and how one of the things that has come to mind for me recently in the last couple of things I've done is that there is one big difference between theater and film that I haven't really appreciated over the years until quite recently. And that is that, of course, when you go to see a play, they've rehearsed the hell out of the thing. You know, when you see something that's been put on film, they've rehearsed it, but not to nowhere near the same degree as what happens in theater, you know,
Right.
because given the parameters of film, you can't rehearse because until you actually get on set, you don't know how to block it, and you don't know exactly. I mean, you have a general idea, but you don't know exactly where everybody's going to be and all that stuff. And you know, you're shooting different scenes every day, so you don't have time to sit down and learn the lines for something you're going to be doing a week from now. So the lines are always very fresh, and the things you're being asked to do, sometimes you go into a shoot and you think you know exactly what's going to happen, and then they throw a bunch of curveballs at you. You know, like, no, we're not doing it that way. We're going to be sitting down instead or whatever. And suddenly everything you planned goes out the window. So the whole process of shooting film, it's much more improvisational, isn't quite the right word, but it's a lot fresher than, you know, when you go to see a theater piece, which has had, you know, incredibly specific and lengthy rehearsal. You don't get that luxury in TV and film. And so it's a lot more loosey-goosey, you know, when you're doing it. And that's dealing with that coming from a theatrical background. I think that's probably the biggest adjustment I've found doing film and TV is exactly that. Is like, I'm out of my comfort zone in that respect, you know?
Right. I mean, if you rehearse the same production the same scenes for a production, a theatrical production, over and over and over again, it would just become like second nature by the time you perform it, I would imagine. And then you do multiple performances of the same thing, so then it's like you're getting even more practice as you're doing, performing the thing multiple times. You're filming for TV, yeah, you might have multiple takes, but then you're done. You don't have that level of rehearsal or practice or anything like that. So yeah, that's got to be like night and day, the difference between those.
Yeah. And of course, the reason you have to do multiple takes is because things go wrong all the time. And one of the reasons that things are going wrong is because you're kind of figuring it out as you go. You know, the framing, the DOP is trying to figure out, you know, have I got the right lens on here, and that kind of stuff, you know, and are we in the right place? Do they have to be a little closer to us? All those kinds of things, you know, and you sort of have to find that stuff out on the fly. And you can prepare as much as you want for that kind of stuff, but until everybody's in place and all these people doing all these different jobs are there together, you don't really get a chance to do it until the camera's rolling, basically, you know, which is a very different situation from theater. The interesting thing about theater is that, yes, you do rehearse the hell out of it before you get in front of an audience, but you're rehearsing without one very essential part of the production, and that is the audience. That's one of the reasons why opening nights are so scary, because in a lot of cases, you don't get previews. Your opening night is your first audience in, you know, small theaters and summer theaters and things like that. Sometimes you've never seen an audience before opening night. And so you're going out there with no idea of what this really essential part of the whole thing is going to do and what effect it's going to have on what you're doing, you know? So that's the sort of hump to get over when you're in theater. And of course, in theater, you don't have the luxury of screwing up and doing it over again because it doesn't work that way.
That's right. Oh my God. Yeah. That's the thing. You're doing it live. That's always what's impressed me so much about theater, going to productions, knowing like these people, they can't even make one mistake. I mean, yeah, occasionally something's going to happen. People are human. You're not a robot. There might be mistakes sometimes, but you got to be as close to perfect as possible, because there are no redos. There are no more takes. You're just doing it all live. That always amazed me about
it's
theater.
not a question of there might be mistakes. There will be mistakes. You know, you're talking about a group of human beings. Things are going to go wrong, and that's one of the interesting things. People people are always fascinated to hear about the stuff that goes wrong on stage, hence productions like The Play That Goes Wrong and its popularity, because people are fascinated by that. I mean, I've mentioned before that at the Shaw Festival, we used to do Talk Back Tuesdays. Every Tuesday night, all the theaters would have, the 3 theaters would have, people could stay afterwards, and 2 actors would stay on stage and field questions from the audience. And people asking about stuff going wrong was one of the most common things we would get, because it's like, they're really curious about, what do you do? And of course, the answer to that is, well, it depends on how things go wrong. It depends on what it is. I'll give you an example, okay?
Yeah.
I was doing this Agatha Christie play. This is my 2nd year there. This creaky old thing called The Hollow. And there was an older, very experienced actor in the company. His name was Tony Van Bridge. He was in his 80s at the time. And he had a punchline. I can't remember what the line was, but let's say it was something like, "That was no lady, that was my wife." I'm going to say the line, and because this is what happened at this one performance. Somebody coughed right on the last word of the line, right on the operative word of the punchline. Somebody coughed. And I'm going to show you what Tony did. So I'm going to say the line. When I get to wife, I want you to cough, okay? And this is what he did. "That was no lady, that was my wife." No. Faster. You got to be on wife. You got to be tight on your cue.
Okay,
I'm going to
let's
do
do
it again.
One more time.
Here we go. "That was no lady, that was my wife." No, not after me. You got to cough before me. You got to cough on the word. Here we go. "That was no lady, that was my wife." No. No. Julie, can you help me out here?
I'm
trying. I'm
Is that you
trying.
that's coughing? I thought it was Scarlet.
It's both of
Oh,
us.
that was me. Were
Okay.
you coughing too, Julie?
We're gonna rehearse this very slowly. "That was no lady, that was my..." Faster. When you hear "my," I want to hear you starting to cough, okay?
Okay.
"That was
we
no
want both
lady,
of this?
that was my..." No. You're killing me
So,
I
here.
thought Julie was going to do it. You want me to do
Okay,
it?
one more time, nice and slow.
Do it.
"That was no lady, that was my..." That's the idea. Thank you. Okay, here we are. I'm going to do it one more time. "That was no lady, that was my wife." Wife. I only need. This is what happens in rehearsal. We're rehearsing now here. This is exactly what happens when we're in rehearsal.
I'm totally digging this.
I just need to cough on the word wife. I don't need a lengthy cough. Just a on wife. Okay. Here we go.
Yeah.
"That was no lady, that was my wife." Wife. And he got the word out in the clear after the person coughed, got the laugh, and there was absolutely no hesitation. I mean, he literally went, "That was no lady, that was my wife." Wife. And the audience only heard the second one because the first one was coughed on.
Wow.
And it was like, there wasn't a nanosecond of hesitation. And he came on stage and I said, "How the hell did you do that?" And he looked at me and he said, 50 years in the theater, old boy. And he walked away.
That's amazing.
But I mean, it's that kind of stuff that
I just like the chat.
what's that? Sorry?
Go ahead, Doug. Sorry.
I was just going to say.
It was just the chat was saying, "What's going on?" So some people just came in. They're like, "What?"
Sorry, Peter, did we wake you up?
A lot of smoking. Apparently, they thought we were all smoking.
Anyway, I was just going to say that it's those kinds of instincts that just kind of become second nature, You just, and sometimes you can't fix it. Sometimes things go wrong, and like if the person you're doing the scene with is the person who's giving all the information, all the backstory, all the what's the word? It's come right out of my head now. It'll come to me. Anyway, if it's their job to sort of further the plot and they're the one that goes up on their lines, you can't help them because you're not a mind reader. You don't know what's coming next, right? Like they're the one doing the exposition. So like it's up to them, right? And in those situations, if that person dries, they got to find their own way out, but sometimes you are able to help people. I did another murder mystery. I did a production of Sleuth many years ago, and it's a two-hander. And the guy playing the older character was the former artistic director of this theater where we were doing the show. And he had been fired the year before by the board of directors, but he had it in his contract that the following year he would play this role in Sleuth. So there we are on opening night. It's been a short rehearsal process. He's getting on in years. He's having a little trouble learning the lines. We haven't had as much time as we really should have had. He's got opening night jitters, and sitting in the front row are all the members of the board who fired him last year. So the tension was very high. And there's this one scene where we're trying to trash his place to make it look like it's been burglarized. And he's got a gun. So he's looking for things around the room to shoot at, to make it look like there's been some kind of gun battle. And in the midst of this, he launches into this speech about, did I ever tell you about my friend Archie? He was a magnificent shot. He once shot 6 ducks with 1 bullet. And it turns out that the ducks were like they were clay ducks on his grandmother's mantle or some stupid thing. There was some lame punchline at the end of the speech. Well, we get to the beginning of this speech and he looks at me and he gives me the 1,000-watt stare, and I'm thinking, uh-oh. And he says, well, what should we do now? And I said, I don't know. You've got the gun. Why don't we go duck hunting? And he said, oh, that reminds me. And he launched into the speech, and I was just like, I can't help you with this any more than that. So he took the hint, he got it, and we survived, So, I mean, a lot of the times when those kind of things happen, the audience has no idea that anything's gone wrong. A lot of the times it just looks like it's part of the play. They have no idea.
You just have to kind of help each other out and ad-lib things on the fly. Like that.
In that same production, The Hollow, there was a woman, this wonderful actress, who was playing this old actor's wife, and she had a lot of trouble with her lines. But the character she was playing was this dotty old lady, and so if she made mistakes, the audience just thought it was part of the play, that this had been written into the part. She's this scatterbrained old lady, and she had a scene with this actor. That was no lady, that guy, Tony. He was playing her husband. They had a 200 scene in the show, and I was always backstage when that scene was going on, because as Tony came off, I came on and had a brief scene with her afterwards. And you never knew what was going to come out of her mouth. And this one day, she just went to the moon and back. And poor Tony is out there trying desperately to get her back on track. And he finally fumbles his way to the end of the scene, and he walks off. And as he passes me, he looks at me and he says, I want more money. And he walks away.
Oh, no.
But there's the audience sitting out there thinking, yeah, this is exactly how it's supposed to go. And it's like, well, no, not really.
Wow.
That's the joy of live theater,
Wow. That's crazy.
Have you ever had a time when you picked up the wrong prop or anything like that?
Picked up the wrong prop? No, I don't think so. I've had a couple of spectacular screw-ups, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah?
I just gave Julie a screenplay of mine to write, and one of them is in there, so I don't want to tell the story now because it'll spoil it for her when she finds it in the screenplay, but we can talk about it some other time. It's quite famous in Canadian theater, the fact that this happened, and I was the one who did it. So yeah, another time. Now, I will say this in my own defense. I was totally set up. If it hadn't been for what had happened just prior to our going on stage, this mistake would never have happened, but it did, and I have to own it. There wasn't, now this is a weird one. I was in another comedy at Shaw where the director decided to build a mistake into the play. He made this thing so that it would look like a mistake to the audience, but it was actually intentional. And the scene was this one character was on stage. She reads this note. She crumples it up. She's supposed to throw it on the ground. And then she leaves and I come in and I'm supposed to find this piece of paper. And there's some very important information on it. And I read it and my sister comes in and says, what's going on? And I tell her and she says, how do you know that? And I say, I found this on the floor. Well, what the director did was he asked this woman, instead of dropping it on the floor, to throw it out the window by mistake. So then she would leave and we would see the stage manager's hand come through the window with the piece of paper and throw it back on the floor where it's supposed to be. And then I would walk in and find it. So then when I found it, there would be this big laugh from the audience because they thought, I was dealing with a mistake. And then my sister would come in and ask about this piece of information. And I would tell her, and she'd say, how do you know that? And I'd say, I found this on the floor. And of course, we get another big laugh from the audience because they know that I didn't. When I walked in, I was looking at a bare floor, and then this thing got dropped at my feet. So then the two of us had to pretend that we were trying not to corpse and to try and milk the laugh for as long as we could. Well, we did this show, I don't know, 100 some odd times that season, and no problem. And then one day, months into the run, we've done this thing 100 times already. We're out there pretending not to corpse, and the two of us look at each other and we just lose it. It was literally this. It was like a huge spit take from the both, and we just doubled over, peals of laughter, and the audience went out of their minds. It went on, the laugh went on for so long that everybody else came out of their dressing rooms and came into the wings looking out on stage going, what the hell is going on out there? And it's those moments that I think the audience loves because, they know something, like the fourth wall just comes crashing down,
Yeah.
And they feel in a way that they've kind of been led into the thing in a way that you don't normally get to experience,
Yeah. Well, that honestly, that I enjoy things like that. Like when I've been to concerts and the musician makes a mistake, like the audience actually loves it. We laugh about it, like they make a joke about it, and then they just continue. And so I imagine it might be the same in theater too. Like you make a mistake. Sometimes it makes it more fun, and the audience isn't judging you for it. You just have a laugh and move on, right?
Well, and you just made a very good point. The most important thing you need to do when that stuff happens is acknowledge it. Because if you don't, then the audience is distracted. Like the distraction goes on much longer if it isn't acknowledged. If you sort of pay lip service to, okay, this thing happened, let's move on, then everybody is on the same page and away you go. An example, another show I did in this summer theater many years ago, there was a thunderstorm approaching the theater just before we started the show. And the stage manager warned us that often when they have storms, the power goes out. So if the power goes out, don't panic. I'll come take you off stage. It usually takes about 15 minutes to come back on. We'll make an announcement to the audience, and we'll bring you back out as soon as the power's on, and we'll continue with the show. And sure enough, 10 minutes into the show, I'm doing this scene with this other actor where we're basically setting up the whole plot for the play. Boom, power goes out. So she takes us off stage. We go downstairs and we're waiting to go back on. And the other actor says to me, what do you think we should do to start back up again? Back up a couple of lines? And I said, no, here's what I think we should do. And I gave him my plan. He said, oh yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, we'll do that. So the power came back on 15 minutes later. We go back up on stage. The stage manager makes her announcement, goes up, puts on the lights. And this actor looks at me, and I look at him, and I said, you were saying? And he said, yeah, sorry, I blacked out there for a minute. And the audience went nuts for about 5 seconds, and then we just went on with the play, And it's just like, it's okay. Yeah, we know, we fucked up. Let's go.
Yeah.
And you move on, But it is important to do that because it allows them to go, okay, we know that you know that we know, and okay, let's go on with the show.
Yeah, because you're only human beings, and things happen. Like Just Me had a question here. Just Me, she, oh, by the way, and Just Me also said that her copy of Deadline just arrived, and she'll be finished reading it this weekend.
I hope you enjoy it.
Yay! Love to hear it. Love to hear it. She also has a question. Have you ever tripped or fallen while on stage, and how did you recover, if so?
I don't think so. I can't think of that ever happening. No.
Wow. In all the productions you've been in, that's amazing. I'm a kind of a clumsy person. I've tripped a lot. Like I don't fall a lot, but I trip. So that's amazing. You must be very well coordinated then.
Oh, I don't know. In my family, I was infamous for being, the family klutz, but hasn't been a problem on stage, knock on wood. Not that I can think of anyway. I mean, maybe there may have been an incident or two back in my past that I've just forgotten about, but I don't think so. No, it's
Yeah.
it's more sort of mental stuff, brain farts rather than pratfalls.
Yeah.
Which is kind of surprising now that I think about it, because I mean I've done shows with, all kinds of I've done stage fighting and choreography and all that kind of stuff, but no, I don't think I've ever tripped or fallen on stage.
Wow. That's amazing. Yeah, and I mean, you managed to go down that hill like we were talking about, that muddy, slippery hill, as the man in yellow without falling, and that couldn't have been easy. And you made it look easy though. That's the amazing thing. Like doing stuff like that and making it look easy and effortless. That's impressive to me, because I'm not a coordinated person at all. So kudos to you for that. I couldn't have done it. Yeah, so like your mistakes would be more like forgetting lines, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I would panic. I had this horrible thing happen to me in high school. I was doing a piano recital. For me, it was just like the end of the world. You're a teenager. It's like embarrassing. There were maybe 100 people in the room watching, and I was playing a song. It was a Mozart song that I had played countless times before. And I just froze and forgot in the middle of it. And once I forgot my place, and we weren't allowed to have our music in front of us, I couldn't do it anymore. I just froze and I panicked and I stopped in the middle of the song and I just moved on to the next song and gave up on that one. And it was just like the most horrible experience. And it really bothered me for a long time. So I don't know. Like I'm too self-conscious to be like someone who could do theater. I would have. Did you ever have stage fright at all? Like even in the beginning?
Oh yes. Oh yeah. And I mean, there's always a measure of that,
Yeah.
But and I think we talked about this in our interview as well. I remember, I think I was in theater school at the time. We were doing a show and it was our opening night, which in theater school meant your first audience, because we didn't have previews, and everybody was all excited as they are on opening night and all of that. And I remember looking around at everybody buzzing backstage and reflecting on the fact that, tomorrow night we're going to come and do this exact same show and there's going to be none of this, because we've opened and we've gotten over opening night, and all these people who are so freaked out right now are going to be totally copacetic tomorrow. What's the difference? And I thought, well, the only difference is our state of mind. I'm only going to get bent out of shape here if I allow myself to get bent out of shape. It's actually a choice.
Yeah.
And I thought, I'm not going to do that, because that just makes my job harder. Now, I mean, you can't entirely just wipe away opening night jitters that way, like not completely, but it certainly helps a great deal just to remind yourself that, hey, this. You're going to come here tomorrow and you're not going to feel like this. Why are you going to choose to feel like this today? Why make your life more difficult? And viewed from that perspective, it becomes a little easier to deal with, I think.
That's a great perspective to have. And not to get caught up in, I was caught up in like all the eyeballs watching me. I was thinking about, so all these eyes out there on me, that's what got in my head. So
Julie, what instrument was it? Was it piano?
I thought for some reason I thought you were asking Doug something. Yeah, it was piano. It was piano.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And I completely panicked. All those eyeballs, and I played that song a million times, but I knew it by heart, backwards and forwards. If nobody had been watching me, I would have been fine. It's that if you let that stuff get in your head that people are watching and you could screw up, that's where you screw yourself over.
Maybe you should close your eyes.
Maybe I should have pictured the whole audience in
naked.
Yeah, like that old cliche. Picture the audience naked. Maybe that would have helped. Hey, Doc.
Greetings, dear denizens of planet Dirt. This is your future alien overlord, DocKaiju here.
Evening, Doc.
Good evening. Hi, Doug.
Thanks, Doc.
Good to see you. Hi, Scarlet.
We're just talking about stage
Hi.
fright.
Yeah, I would be that evil alien overlord that shows up with his giant monsters, and I've got crowds of cowering people in front of me, and I just faint.
Too much pressure, huh?
Yeah, too much pressure.
Yeah.
Well, Julie, in your situation, it's a little different because, one of the things that people always ask about is, how do you do that in front of all those people? And I explained to them, okay, yes, obviously we're aware that the audience is there. The audience is an inherent part of the show, but our focus is actually on one another. We've just spent several weeks creating this reality for ourselves. And the people who actually exist for me in this moment are the other characters in the play, not those people who happen to be watching us. I mean, unless you're doing a very presentational piece that's right out at the audience, you're rarely talking directly to them, if ever, and that's a different thing from performing solo in front of 100 pairs of eyeballs gawking at you. That's kind of a baptism of fire,
It is, yeah. And I found out later that sheet music was allowed, and my piano teacher was wrong. And I saw other kids up there using sheet music, and I was like, "Oh God, damn it. Seriously, this was avoided." But anyway,
You were tricked.
yeah, I was. But I wanted to highlight a few things here. Faith and Repentance said, "Hi, Julie B. Hi, Mr. Doug Hughes. So good to see everyone." Hi, Faith. Nice to see you. And hey, Paul, Miss Shelby. Nice to see you. Let's see. Faith said, Doug, can't see it fully, but it looks like a lovely painting in the background.
I'll see if I can show the rest of it to you. Here you go.
There we go.
That's beautiful.
Right.
That's beautiful.
That is a painting that I stumbled on in the Musée d'Orsay in Paris many years ago. It's by an Italian impressionist painter named Giovanni Boldini, and it's called Madame Max, or Madame Charles Max, Mrs. Max. Boldini, he's an interesting guy. He was a contemporary of all the other impressionists, but people don't really know him now. But he was one of the few painters in Paris at the time who was actually making a really good living, because he spent his time doing portraits of society ladies like Madame Max here, and did tons of them, and I'm sure for a very hefty price, and made a very good living. He was kind of the toast of the town, and here we are 130 years later, nobody knows who the hell the guy is. And meanwhile, there's Van Gogh at the same time, who never sold a painting in his whole life, and look what's happening with his stuff now. I mean, that's not to say that a genuine Boldini would be cheap, but you're not going to pay anywhere near for one of these what you would for a Van Gogh. And people just don't know who this guy is. But the actual painting, this is a print, of course. The actual painting is basically a life-size portrait. And I remember when I walked into the room where it was on display, it was on the wall opposite, like at the other end of the room. And I just walked in and took one look and just went, oh. And it made such an impression on me. When I came home, I thought, I've got to get a copy of that. And it took me a long time, but a few years ago, I finally tracked one down, a print somewhere online, and ordered it. And there she is.
That's gorgeous. Yeah, it's really stunning. I've actually noticed it before behind you, and always meant to ask about it. And yeah, it's just stunning. Yeah, you have great taste in art. No, I'm not surprised.
Well, thank you. But if you like it, just Google Boldini, Boldini, because he did a ton. There are literally dozens of paintings like this, and basically all of Parisian turn of the century society. It looks like he painted them all. It's worth a visit.
That's awesome. And a life-size one. That's amazing. Wow. A life-size portrait like that. I can only imagine.
It's basically the canvas is basically about 2 by 6. It's quite big.
Wow.
And this one's, well, it's about 2/3 that size, I guess.
Wow.
I love how it's shadowed to look almost like she's leaning out of the painting.
Well, it's really like, you can't get a good, I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna move this in so you can get a good look at her face. If I can do this. Because when I saw this painting, one of the reasons it kind of took my breath away was, and this may be, you know, totally in my head, there may be no factual basis for this at all, but when I saw her, I looked at her body language and she's got this, you know, this very slight sort of Mona Lisa smile on her face, and her eyes are kind of sliding off to the side. And I looked at that painting and I went, these two were sleeping together. Definitely. Just, there's no way around it. He was doing her. I'm absolutely sure of that. It just, this painting just reeks sex, you know? So that was another thing that attracted me to it, I suppose.
Yeah. That's funny. Yeah. I mean, it looks like someone in love painted that for sure. I can see that. Absolutely. Yeah. It's lovely. Let's see. She's having a good time for sure. Yeah, her body language is unique. It's so graceful, the pose that she's in.
Yeah, they had a nickname for him. I can't remember what it was. It was something like the King of Swish, because his paintings, a lot of them have this sort of sweeping quality to them, you know. And the women, of course, are dressed in all very sort of fin de siècle outfits that are very similar to this, and so they've got these very similar kinds of lines to them. Yeah, part of it's just his style, but I still think they were sleeping together. Anyway.
Maybe so.
What year was that painted?
Well, I think it was 1896, if memory serves me right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and Faith also said earlier when we were talking about how you looked effortless. Yeah, she agrees. You made everything look effortless. Fantastic performance. Actually, if there were awards for this season's performance, definitely they go to Man in Yellow and Smiley's Rebirth.
Well, thank you very much, Faith. But you know, this brings up a point, and we've sort of been talking around this already. Making stuff look effortless is my job. You know, that's basically it. I mean, when you're on set, getting back to that comment I made earlier about how having to be, you know, really specific about where I caught the beer bottles, those kinds of parameters are inherent in film work all the time, you know, hitting your marks and your eye line and all that kind of stuff. This thing that I just shot the other day, it was all about getting the blocking exactly right, you know, and it's further complicated by the fact that as an actor in a scene, you never get to see what it looks like on camera until after the fact. And so if it's slightly off in some way, you have to rely on somebody else to tell you. You can only do so much on your own to figure that stuff out. And then you're at the mercy of what they're seeing on the screen, you know, which is to say that these kinds of details are inherent in the job. And so you just get used to being asked to do really, really specific things without it looking like you're trying really hard to do this really specific thing, that it's just, you know, a conversation between two people kind of thing, you know.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you're making sure your prop is in frame and you're not straying off too far to the side and all that kind of stuff, and keeping those lines that you just learned last night exactly right because the writer's sitting right there and doesn't like when you paraphrase, you know, all that kind of crap's going on in your head all the time. So it's kind of a mental juggling act in a lot of respects.
I bet. I've always found it amazing how actors can memorize so many lines. That was my least favorite part of school. I was always, you know, I was an A student, but I absolutely loathed studying, and I struggled to memorize things for tests. And I used to think, wow, people actually do this for a living, that you have to memorize things all the time. And I don't know, maybe it's just that I don't have a good memory. I never have. I forget.
Well, we're talking about two different kinds of memorization. The kind of memorization you're talking about is the hard kind, you know. Yes, you have to memorize as an actor, but the thing is, we don't memorize lines just by sitting and learning them by rote, you know. we're in the process of trying to create a character. So it's all about all the other questions that go into the scene. Who am I? What do I want? What's my relationship? You know, what's in my way? How do I get what I want? How do I overcome these obstacles? And so you're learning the lines in a very specific context. You're learning these lines are your means to get the objective that you're pursuing. So it's not just sitting there learning these things in the abstract. You know, it's more active than that. And in theater, and this is true to some extent in film, but much more in theater, you're not just learning by sitting down and looking at the lines. You're learning proprioceptively. You're learning through your body, because you're getting up in rehearsal, and the line, getting the line right, has as much to do with you making the right move and picking up the prop that you always pick up at that point, or looking at the same person that you look at that point when you say this line. It's tied in as much with that stuff as it is with anything else, you know. So that's a very different process than just sitting quietly and trying to memorize a speech, you know. And even when you have to do that, for example, for an audition, if you're going to do like a 2 or 3 minute speech, yes, you have to memorize it. But again, you're memorizing it as a character who's, you know, you're making sense of this thing, as opposed to just, you know, trying to memorize facts. You're working your way through it the way the character is, you know, them to figuring out, how do I say this thing that I want to say so badly? You know, you're putting yourselves in their shoes. So it's a much fuller experience than just sitting there and learning stuff by rote. I can't explain it any better than that, really.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Doug a question. Do you ad-lib at all in the theater productions, or do you let other actors ad-lib in your theater productions, or are you very strict about it?
Not in ours. And in fact, in most published plays, when you buy them, you will see at the beginning in all the legalese that you are required, but if you purchase the rights to do the play, you are required to do it exactly what is in the play. You're not allowed to do that.
All right.
Doesn't stop a lot of theaters from doing that. I can tell you. Seen it many times myself. But yeah, no, I mean, unless it's a show that calls for ad libs, no, you don't do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I know in TV and film, it's probably a little bit more common. Sometimes people throw in ad libs, and then they're like, oh, this works, so let's do it. You know, especially in comedy, I think that's a common thing. But yeah, I imagine theater would be completely different. No, you need to do it the way that it was written.
Unless you're doing improv or theater sports, you know, that kind of stuff, which is a whole different animal. But yeah, I mean, the other thing is you have to remember, theater is a literary medium and film is a visual one, you know?
Yep.
I mean, when they started making films, they didn't have scripts, or the script just consisted of, okay, here's what's happening in the shot. There wasn't any dialogue, you know? The dialogue was often put in after the fact. So dialogue has always been much lower down the list of priorities in film than it is in theater. In theater, it's all about the written word. So, you know, they tend to be a lot stickier about it there. But, oh yeah, I mean, this thing I just shot, we were changing lines all the time, you know, director throwing new stuff at you. And that's the other thing. That doesn't happen in rehearsal in theater. Unless if you're doing the first production of a play, yes, what often happens is, and Marcia and I have been through this many times with our plays, is that first production, the rehearsal period ideally would be a little bit longer than a normal production, because you're working out the kinks of the script as you go. And so we would often find ourselves making changes on the fly while the rehearsal was going on. Usually small changes, because you don't want to be constantly handing people, you know, pages of new dialogue that they have to memorize. But yeah, in that context, there would be some give and take in terms of what people are saying. And if you're actually there to work with the actors, yeah, you might be changing a few lines to satisfy some actors' need, you know, that kind of thing. Right. But once the script is set, it's set. That's it, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
I know on From, there's an interview with Jack Bender, and he says sometimes he changes things right on the set. Like he'll tell an actor, don't say that part. And they'll be like, but it's in the script. And then he'll look at John and say, sorry, cut it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That happens all the time, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, Jack told a story in one of his interviews about how they were filming the scene in the RV when it was flipped over, and how difficult it was to shoot in such tight quarters, and they had to hurry because they needed. My cat is kind of in the way right now. They needed to hurry because they had to film before it got dark, because that's when the monsters come out, and this was a daytime scene, and John. John being, the writer of that episode, and because he was also a showrunner, he was right there on set, and he was like thinking, why don't we change this or that? And Jack was kind of dismissive of it. I don't normally have writers on the set, and then they talked it out. Like, John was like, wait a minute, I kind of created the show. I'm not just one of the writers. And then they worked it out, and they got over it, and then they made a joke of it. After that, they would always it became a running joke, oh yeah, I'm just one of the writers. But they make a great team, they can get past things like that. They work well together, it sounds like.
Yeah, a sense of humor comes in very handy in those situations. That's one of the other differences, I think, between a film set and a rehearsal room in theater, in that, the tension level is always higher on set because time is so much of the essence, and time is literally money, and so there's always that sense of pressure of the clock ticking, and we've got to get this done because we've got to move on to the next thing, in a way that, yes, when you're in rehearsal, you go in at the beginning of the day and there's a certain amount the director wants to accomplish in that day, but it's much more relaxed than what you experience for the most part on a film or TV set, I think.
Yeah.
Someone was just asking, am I currently in any theater productions, or do I plan to be in the future? All I can say to that is I'm auditioning for stuff, but nothing has come up yet. Auditions come up all the time,
Yeah. Well, I think From is going to resume filming this fall, and it seems like it's far away now, but that'll be here before you know it, and who knows how long. How long you'll be tied up doing that. It only took you an afternoon to shoot that one scene, but the actors, they move up there when they're filming the show, so
depending on how many, for the ones who are the regulars who are basically in every episode, they're there for weeks at a time, and so they're living there. I have no idea what my involvement is going to be, if any, at this point, so I don't really know. In terms of when it's going to be starting, I've heard various rumors about that, but I'll know when they tell me. It does make it sort of hard to like when things are coming up now, and it's a theatrical production that's happening sometime later in the year. My first call is to my agent going, should I be auditioning for this? What do you think? It's like, well, till we get any news. Let's do the auditions. And if you get an offer, that's when we'll have to talk to casting and say, can you help us out? What's going on? I'm actually planning a holiday in April, and I was a little reluctant to book it because I wasn't sure exactly. I'm still not sure when they're going to be starting. But they made a couple of calls and said, no, you should be all right for April. So
yeah,
Spain and Poland, here I come.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
I think that Nathan Simmons had that problem, because I think before he played Elgin, he was in a theater production, and he had to quit the theater production in order to do From.
Yeah, that kind of stuff happens. I actually replaced an actor. Talk about memorizing. About 10 years ago, I replaced an actor in this three-hander play. He was playing the lead because he landed a TV series. And I had what amounted to, I think, was about 4.5 days of rehearsal before our first audience. And I didn't realize when I took the role just exactly how much stuff I had to memorize. But that was the only time in my life where I remember the very last day of rehearsal. We rehearsed on a Sunday afternoon, and our first preview was that evening. And the director came up to me and said, are you going to be, well, she said to me at the beginning of rehearsal, she said, are you going to be okay to go on without the book? And I said, I don't know. Act 1, I think so. Act 2, I'm a little unsure. And she said, well, listen, I'm going to be making an announcement to the audience. If you feel you need to take the script, you're welcome. You know, you haven't had enough time. But we rehearsed that whole afternoon. And by the end of the afternoon, I said, I think I'll be okay. And yeah, we went on that night. I didn't take the script with me, and we got through it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that was scary because I didn't realize when I went in just how much I had to memorize. And it was like every night I really did just have to sit and cram a lot of it. And that was tough.
I can imagine it would be. Yeah. And in this case, you only had with From, you had just a select few lines. So that would be a nice, easy thing. Yeah. That was a hell of a song that Jade sure can play. This didn't have to happen, you know. I think I can even remember all of it offhand. This didn't have to happen, you know. I tried to warn you. Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim. I think that was it.
There you go.
I think that was all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, it was just a matter of trying to inhabit this character that you didn't know much about, just based on the script, and manage the elements of the cold and the dampness, and but that had to be challenging still. Let me see. Yeah, 40 Stephanie here said, I cannot wait to see the Man in Yellow's story. Me too. That's the number
you
one.
and me both, Stephanie.
That is the number one thing I am the most interested in for next season. And I think that's probably the top of most people's lists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Because that was the biggest WTF moment of the entire season. And there were a lot. So that's saying something. Yeah.
Kate's got another question here. Doug, are you interested in having your book written into a script if it's possible? Absolutely. But, you know, I haven't even managed to get it published. So having it turned into a screenplay is really
Baby
kind
stuff.
of a bit of a pipe dream at this point, I think. I'll be interested to hear Julie's thought on that when she gets a chance to finish it.
Yeah.
Or what about the reverse question, having one of your scripts turned into a book?
Well, we've actually converted one of our plays into a screenplay. Our fourth play, Jack of Diamonds, we turned into a screenplay. But the problem is that Marcia and I are not known as screenwriters. She actually has another play of hers that she wrote with someone else that is in development right now as a film. They converted it into a screenplay, and they got some development money. So we don't know at this point if it's going through or not, but at least, you know, it's in the works. But other than that, we're not known as screenwriters, and the people producing that thing don't produce the kind of stuff that she and I write. This play that they're doing of hers that's now a screenplay is very different from the kind of stuff that she writes with me. Mm-hmm. Jack of Diamonds it's kind of a caper flick. It's about a bunch of folks in an old folks home who discovered a very ritzy private old folks home, and they discover one day that they're all broke because their financial advisor has ripped them off in a Ponzi scheme, and they're going to be kicked out at the end of the month if they don't get their money back. And then, by a series of amazing coincidences, this guy who ripped them off is delivered into their hands in this very old folks home where they live. And their first instinct is to kill him. And then they find out that he squirreled away about $10 million in diamonds. And they make a deal with the devil that if they help him escape from this place, because he's been arrested for the Ponzi scheme, he'll split the diamonds with them. So it's, you know, it's kind of like that movie Going in Style. It's a bunch of old folks committing crime, basically. And we thought it would make a good screenplay, so we turned it into one. And I think it is a good screenplay, but we can't get the time of day out of anybody with this thing because they don't know us as screenwriters. And all of our writing credits as playwrights really mean nothing in that world. So it's been an exercise in frustration trying to market it.
That's got to be frustrating. No. Faith in Repentance said we can all audition. I'll work for free. Just travel / food / food.
Well, I got to pull out couch here, Faith. So, you know.
Don't say welcome to filmmaking.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be so challenging. You have, you create this story that's such great fodder for a screenplay, and yet it's so difficult to actually get it made. Like Deadline would make an amazing screenplay, but it's just it's so hard to get into that. Even though you have this reputation now, as a playwright, you're established as a playwright. But I imagine getting into the screenplay world is completely different. So,
well, I'll tell you how Deadline would get turned into a screenplay if it got a sufficiently prestigious theatrical production. I mean, Dream of Dreams. If somebody on Broadway went, "Hey, let's do this thing," or the West End or something like that, that's when it would get turned into a screenplay by somebody else, and that would be fine by us.
Yep.
Getting a production like that to begin with would be awesome, but that's the most likely scenario in terms of it being turned into a screenplay. Same thing with Jack of Diamonds. If it, Wonder of Wonders got some big splashy production somewhere, yeah, someone who's in a position to produce a film might be interested in having a look at the screenplay version or doing one of their own. But that's really, I think, the only way that we're going to see that happen. Our newest play would translate to film almost verbatim. I mean, converting Jack of Diamonds into a screenplay took a lot of work. We had to cut reams out of it and change a lot of things to make it work on film. The new play, I think you could lift almost unchanged and turn it into a screenplay and it would work. So we've got high hopes for that one. But again, first it needs that production, that sort of high profile production to get it off the ground. And that's not easy either. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, how do you go about doing that? Like you contact, who do you contact to try and like you just send it to different theater groups, different how does that work? Like, do you just send it everywhere you possibly can and see?
It depends on who you are. Marcia and I are really lousy networkers, so we don't have lots of people that we can just call up and say, "Hey, here, read the play," But you make use of the contacts that you have. I mean, for example, our translator in Poland, she actually got interested in translating our plays because she saw a production of our first play in London, just outside of London, in England. She lives in Poland 6 months out of the year and the other 6 in London, England. And she went to see this production and went, "Whoa, how can I translate this?" And she contacted our publishers and they put her in touch with us. And she asked if she could translate it. We said, "Yeah, sure, go ahead." She has now translated, I think, 4 of our plays, 3 of which have been produced in Poland. And that's an ongoing thing. So once you make that kind of connection, it doors start to open for you that you don't have to open for yourself. But even given that, I mean, when Marcia and I went over a year and a half ago to see this production of this touring production of our first play that's going around the country right now, we went around to the various theater companies that have produced us in the past in Warsaw, had meetings with the artistic directors, talked about Deadline and some of our other work. And even though we do have connections with these people and got to meet them face to face and chat with them about it, none of that has produced any productions so far anyway. But a lot of it is just sending out emails and to theater companies and hoping that they're not all going into people's spam folders.
Right. Scarlet and I have been actually thinking about something. Scarlet had this idea too, that maybe we could find we have I have a Discord server that helps promote my channel, and there are other Discord servers that that promote various channels, and they it attracts fans of shows. And Scarlet had this idea that maybe if we find a Discord with theater fans in it, we could go over there and kind of advertise when you're going to be on and get some theater people in here, like theater fans watching, and that might be fun. That might be a cool way to get some new people watching.
It's an interesting idea, but I have to tell you, when we finished Deadline, this was a few years ago now, it was in line to be produced at Purple Rose Theater in Michigan.
Yeah,
and
chills.
and it was also Theatre Aquarius here in Hamilton was looking at producing it, and then COVID hit.
Yeah.
And so what they did at Purple Rose was that they do these public readings of plays there before plays that they're considering to produce. They do them at the library, and hundreds of people come and sit and hear these staged readings, kind of like the one that Marcia and I are going to be having here on Monday night of our new play. And that was already on the schedule, and then COVID happened. And so we did an online version of that. And I have to tell you, reading a murder mystery online has got to be the most deadly possible environment in which to do that kind of thing. It was like watching paint dry. I mean, the audience seemed to be having a good time, but Marcia and I, by the end of it, I thought I was going to die. I mean, it's just like, oh, this is the most tedious evening of my life. So I don't know about that. I'd have to be pretty drunk, I think, to sit through that again.
Well,
that could happen.
yeah.
But Julie, I think you're right. I think that, if I am back for season 4 and it becomes a high profile thing, it will make marketing all of our plays a lot easier.
Yeah.
And I said to Mars right at the beginning, when I first landed this gig and it looked like, maybe this is going to go somewhere. I said, I'm going to use this as a vehicle. I'm going to take every opportunity I can to use this as a vehicle to promote our plays, because God knows what we're doing isn't working. I mean,
Oh yeah.
that scene at the opening between those two writers, we have not been through that exact scenario, but let's say it's close enough to real life to be a little uncomfortable. I mean, that's kind of us. There's some very thinly fictionalized autobiography for you right there.
It felt very authentic as I was reading it at the beginning. That Don and Mara, the two main characters, I could just feel that it was you and Marcia, just with your frustration as you're trying to get just catch a break. And so I could tell that was authentic. That was based on your experience. And well, we were thinking maybe some theater fans might like to check out these lives, just to watch. So Scarlet had that idea.
It's something that I will certainly discuss this with Marcia and see what she thinks about it. I think she's probably going to have the same reaction that I did, but I will get back to you on that for sure.
I mean, just to watch, just to hear your stories and hear about your work. I think people would like to hear it, to hear about it, that kind of thing, at the very least.
Well, in terms of the autobiographical nature of the opening of Deadline, you have the benefit of having seen that little video clip, whereas nobody else on here has. And I think maybe I should let people know where they could go to see this thing themselves.
I could even play it on here. I mean, I could literally play the thing.
Oh, can you? Oh, well, that might be fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You want me to play it? I have it.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, I can play it right now if you want, or it's up to you. But
no, I'm easy. Yeah, sure. I know, that's fine. I was just going to give the link to everybody, but if you want to do it yourself, that's fine.
I was thinking, I mean, I could play it so people could see it right now. It would be it's very entertaining. Let me see. I forget what to search for, what the title would be.
Kash Hughes Playwrights. Kash with a K.
Yep.
Hughes Playwrights.
Okay. It's short. It's a short video.
Oh yeah, it's very short.
So if you want, I could play it right now for people to see, because it's the one where you're juggling. That's the one.
That's the one. Yep.
Okay. I found it.
I've lost my window of you. I don't know where it's gone.
Oh, no. What happened?
I don't know. Well, I opened up another window to go onto YouTube and lost you in the process. I can still hear you, and presumably you can still see me, but I've got a gazillion tabs up here, so maybe it's one of these. I don't know.
It's probably one of your tabs that's still open. Yeah, I always have a million tabs open myself. Yeah, if you could still hear me, then it's open somewhere.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm thinking, but I can't find the tab. Oh, there it is. Got it. I'm back. All right. Yeah, if you want to,
Okay.
you want to play it, sure, I'm fine with that.
Okay, cool. So what I do is I just share my screen. I have it right here. I'm going to hit share. And yeah, it's 2 minutes, 41 seconds. So let's see, is it showing? Wait, why is it not showing?
It's showing. It's just very small.
Oh, there we go. There it is. It was just a little slow. Okay. Make it full screen. My computer is a little slow.
There we go.
Here it is.
What do you think of this as a log line?
Just as their career looks like it's hit the skids, a playwriting duo is suddenly handed the chance of a lifetime to ghostwrite their mentor's final thriller in time for its Broadway opening. But no sooner do they start digging into the world he has created than they find themselves trapped inside it. And their only way out is to solve the mystery before the mystery solves them. Good. It's been long, maybe. But I don't think we should start with that. We've only got a few seconds. We've got to grab their attention.
Okay. What about something like this? So, as we all know, comedy thrillers are hot right now, and we've got one that's smoking. It's called Deadline, and it recently premiered in the US.
At the Human Race Theater Company.
Can you please stop that?
Sorry.
Where was I? At the Human Race Theater Company, where it got rave reviews.
And did Buffalo box office.
Buffo? Really? Anyway, it's been likened to Clue, Knives Out.
Well, not to mention Agatha Christie.
But the cool thing about Deadline is it also works on a meta level. It's an homage to the writing process itself.
Oh, listen to you. It's an homage to the writing process itself. Sounds a bit self-aggrandizing, don't you think?
It's a pitch. It's supposed to be self-aggrandizing.
Okay, fine, whatever.
There. Done.
Good. Do we have lunch now?
Sure. Eat. Always got to eat.
You realize nobody's going to read this, don't you?
Oh, maybe we should make a video.
No, here's a brilliant suggestion.
Okay, saving to video.
Hello, I'm Marcia.
And I'm Doug.
I hope you enjoyed
Hey,
our...
That's my line. Sorry. Hope you enjoyed our little pitch.
If you'd like to chat more about Deadline, we'd be happy.
Or if you'd like a copy of the script.
We'd be happy to oblige. Contact information follows. Thanks for your time.
I love it.
Yeah, I love it.
That's the stop motion version anyway.
Yeah, it was a little chuggy, but that's okay.
A little choppy. Yeah, my Chromebook can be slow sometimes, but there we go.
How many
Yep.
how many balls can you juggle at once, Doug?
Only 3.
Oh no.
Yeah, I've never been sufficiently motivated to get beyond that. I do sometimes juggle things other than balls,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah,
You know,
understood.
Yeah.
clubs is kind of fun.
David
I'm
Oh,
holding
yeah,
back
those,
my
yeah.
comments.
No, that is not the elevator pitch, actually, David. That's another. That's a video I think is on that same page, though. I think we put it up there. I could double check that, but I think it's on our Cashew's Playwrights thing on YouTube as well. Let me.
I'll
take a
find the
peek.
link to that and I'll throw that in the chat because I think I saw it when I was searching for this. But yeah, yeah, juggling. What were you saying?
Yes,
Juggling.
it is. It is on that page. It's right under the one that we just saw, actually.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, I'll just put the link in the chat for that. Yeah. I thought that was so. I thought that was so entertaining. It was just. It felt like just you and Marcia kind of bickering and figuring it out as you went along. So that was clever. It was clever the way you did that.
Yeah, we were trying to replicate our, our average writing session to the extent that we could, and we've had a lot of practice at it, so it was pretty easy to do.
Yeah, I bet you've had 34 years of practice, and that one probably wasn't that long ago. How long ago was that, like a couple years?
When did we record that? A couple of years ago, I think. No, a little less. Well, about 2 years ago, yeah, because the production was like 2 years and a couple of months ago. So yeah, it was shortly after that production.
Yeah, entertaining. And the other one, you told me you recorded it in an actual elevator, which is clever.
In my condo, actually, yeah.
Yeah, I put
In
the link.
fact, my neighbor was the guy who filmed it.
And who filmed it?
A neighbor guy that lives on this floor with me, and Marcia's husband makes a little cameo appearance at the end too.
Nice. I put the link to that in the chat so people can check that out. It's fun. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can tell that the two of you have this rapport, that like you have that history together. You click as a team just by watching that video. I could tell it's,
Marcia used to refer to me as her second husband and the father of her children.
Oh my. Wow.
I assume she doesn't have any kids.
No, she doesn't have any kids. Our plays are our kids.
The plays are your kids. It is a lot like your offspring, like it's like something. Yeah, it feels like when you create something like that, it's like, your baby.
Babies. Yeah, totally.
Absolutely. You're like raising it is kind of like, the writing process, and you're doing the best you can, and then you're proud of it just as if it's your own child, your own baby.
And
it's like when my little baby monster doesn't explode right after it hatches.
I was gonna say.
What?
Sometimes it's an ugly baby.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because theater is an ephemeral pursuit. It's, you go and you see it, and then it's just a memory. But at least when you've written a play, there's a sense of permanence about it because it's still there even after the curtain comes down. Unlike a performance, which when it's done, it's done, and that's a really cool thing to still have all of that work with us all these years later.
That's awesome. Yeah, you have a terrific body of work, but with the plays that you've created, and your theater history in addition to that, yeah, it's so cool, and yeah, I'm looking forward to reading more of your plays. Obviously, Deadline was terrific, so I want to read more of your plays. First, I want to finish The Poor Player and the screenplay that you sent me, which I'm really psyched to read too. And if people want to find, by the way, if people want to order a copy of Deadline, I have the link to order it in the description of this video again. So it's at playscripts.com, and that's right in the description of the video, where you can order a physical copy or you can order an e-copy, digital. So either or. And then there's a link to order any of Doug's other plays, also in the description of the video, and his website too. So all that.
And if you go onto Playscripts, if you choose to sign up there, as people do when they're going to order plays from them and stuff like that, there's no obligation. You don't have to order anything, but if you sign up, you can read, I think it's the first 32 pages of Deadline right online for free. So that's an option too, if you're just curious about it and want to learn a bit more about the story.
Yes, you can, and that's a good chunk of it. It's they were quite generous again with that sample that they gave. So like I said before, read the sample online, and you're definitely going to want to keep going. You're going to want to order a copy, I'm sure.
I think you probably save quite a bit if you order multiple copies at the same time, if you intend on having more than one copy or giving them out, because I found that out the hard way. The shipping is the most expensive part. So
yeah.
Order extra and give them to your friends.
Order extra. Yeah, order more than one. There was somebody actually. There was a comment right after you left, Doug, that I missed. I wished I had gotten to highlight while you were here. It was Muncher Luncher. I told you about this in a message, but yeah, he said he was so glad that you defended Jim, because Jim gets so much hate and it's so excessive. He's always been a Jim defender, and he said finally Doug gets it. Now I want to order 2 copies of his play. Yeah.
So the buyers of the play are going to be the Jim lovers then.
Yeah.
Jim lovers.
Yeah. Winning over people's hearts one person at a time with every appearance. So, it can't hurt. And you never know with word of mouth who could hear about it, and as word spreads around, I'm sure eventually it will get another production. At the very least, by the time From season 4 comes around, and there's a much bigger spotlight, that's going to be like the best publicity you could ever have.
Yeah, because that we've talked about this before, but the difference between me and just about everybody else in From is that I have not had the spotlight on me to anywhere near the degree that everybody else in the series has. And I mean, for good reason. They've been doing it for 3 years. They're household names to people. I'm this guy that was on camera for 45 seconds. So yeah, they're very curious about the character, and some of them about me as well. And there has been, certainly more attention over this role than anything else I've ever done in my life, as far as I can recall. But most of that attention has been around me, not directed at me, and so I've kind of been under the radar as far as all that goes. And if I am around next year, I imagine that will probably change fairly quickly. It's one of the reasons I'm able to do this stuff. I have the luxury of time right now. I'm not doing much else. Marcia and I have finished our draft, so we're taking a little vacation right now, and there's not a lot else going on. So, and because there aren't that many people trying to get a hold of me, I've got the luxury of time to talk to the ones who do. So it's all good.
To our great advantage, and we appreciate it because we really enjoy having this time with you, and everybody appreciates it. Like, I keep getting comments in the comment section, in Discord, in the voice chat when we talk, like how they feel like they're like spending time with you. It's like it's not like some kind of formal stilted interview. It's like it feels like you're just spending time with us. Like you're just,
That's because I am. That's exactly what I'm doing. I mentioned earlier the talkbacks that we did at Shaw, and I would always volunteer for them if they needed somebody, because I just loved getting to connect with the audience that way. I found the questions, even if they were, questions that we got a lot, I found them interesting things to talk about. And just that opportunity to connect with an audience, sort of backstage in a way that you don't normally get to do. I think that's really cool. I like to do that because I know, that I watch TV, I watch films. I have the same questions about the stuff that I watch and the people that I watch that you guys do. And most of the time you don't get an opportunity to actually chat with those folks,
Yeah.
But it's just as rewarding from this end of the equation as it is from yours,
Well, that's terrific.
Yeah.
Someone in the last live called it fireside chats with Doug, because
We don't have a fire. There's no fire.
I was going to say, yeah. Unfortunately, in this condo, we're not allowed to have fireplaces, but
That's too bad.
because it just feels so warm and intimate and cozy, and just and like you're keeping us company, and you're regaling us with these awesome stories, and everyone loves it. Fireside chat, it's perfect.
Well, that's the other thing, I get to tell these stories that I can't tell my friends because they've all heard them 100 times already. So,
Well, we're happy to listen. Like, you've got a story for every question that's asked. Even that question, do you believe in fairies, that time? You had a story for that too. Which is really remarkable.
So Doug, you might what happens if you get like typecasted as like a guy in yellow? What if they like ask you to be in Curious George next?
Well, if they asked me to be in Curious George, I wouldn't consider that typecasting because, I mean, let's face it, that's the other end of the spectrum, character-wise. I mean, costume-wise, maybe not so much, but two very different entities, I think.
I'll still
Yeah.
watch it.
But actually, to respond to that question on a serious level, I don't think there's much danger of being typecast. I may be wrong about that, but it's never happened to me so far. In fact, that's been one of the blessings, I think, of this career. You know, I've never been a leading man. Well, no, I shouldn't say never. I've played lead roles and things, but for the most part, you know, I've played character roles my whole career, which means you're never in the limelight. You know, all those years I worked at Shaw, we would have a week of like media stuff that would happen every year. And I was very rarely called in to do any of that stuff because I wasn't, you know, my name wasn't above the title. And those were always the people that got all the interviews and stuff. And so again, I was just sort of flying under the radar. And that's been the way my career has gone for the most part. The big benefit of that is when you're one of those guys, there's very little danger of being typecast because, you know, that was, in a way, that kind of worked to my detriment at Shaw. You know, in fact, one year I was talking to the artistic director at the end of the season. We would have a meeting, you know, to talk about the coming season and ask, you know, lobby for whatever was available for the following year. And I said, you know, I think in a way my versatility kind of works against me because in a big company like this, when you've got people like me where you know you can basically put them anywhere, your tendency is to save casting us until the very end. And it's like, okay, what have we got left? Okay, we need someone who can be in the musical, but can also be in this really heavy duty drama and can do a Hungarian accent. Okay, yeah, we'll give that to Doug, you know? So, I mean, that's very useful from management's point of view to know that they've got somebody to act as the mortar between all the bricks, but it doesn't do my career many favors, you know, because I'm not being considered for anything larger than that. But the one Fringe benefit of that is like every year it was always something different. And every year there was something that was challenging about what I was offered to do. And yeah, that's been the way my career has gone for the most part. And not by design, just I think by happenstance, but it's been great in that respect because I love the variety. I love the challenge of doing new things, you know.
It's amazing. Yeah, you've got all these different accents you can pull out and all these different genres that you've done. It's terrific. I just want to highlight a few things here. Love Crochet by Alexis is here. So she says, we appreciate you being here, Doug.
Hi, Alexis.
With heart hands. She's so sweet. So sweet.
Yeah,
Hi.
Huh? No, go ahead.
Sorry, Scarlett, I stepped on you.
Oh, that's okay. I was wondering if you would ever want to have your co-screenwriter on. Would she be interested in doing one of these?
Probably not.
Okay.
Yeah.
The short answer.
I think she's probably feeling a little dubious about me doing as much of this as I've been doing, but I'll ask her. You know, this idea of doing a Discord reading of something, whether it's Deadline or Sucker, which is the new one. Yeah, I'll have to talk to her about that. I'm not entirely sure how she'll react to that, but if she likes the idea, we may find her sitting next to me next time. You never know.
Yeah.
Trust me, she's got a lot of stories of her own. For many years, her husband was the artistic director of Stage West Theatre, which was a chain of dinner theaters here in Canada, where you would see a lot of former TV and film stars playing the lead roles in shows. And the stories that came out of that place were like unbelievable. And in fact, the two of us created a Bible for a TV series that was based on that. It was going to be called Catch a Falling Star. And we found out after working on this thing for about 9 months that Kevin Kline had something in development, which is now apparently going into production, which is so incredibly similar to ours that any chance we might have had of getting this thing produced has gone out the window now, which is a shame because those stories that Marcia was so anxious to tell in this thing are unbelievable. If you think my stories are fun, you should hear a few of hers.
Oh, I can't imagine. I mean, like anything topping some of the things that you've shared with us. um, I want to highlight my friend here, Robert Saunders. He's one of the first friends I made in the Fromely. He's an amazing person. He has incredible theories, extremely well thought out. And honestly, reading his theories, it's like reading a college professor's work. He said he's popping in to show support, and he's caught previous interviews with you after they've aired. And he said, have you ever asked him about Jade's song possibly being his theme music? I just asked him to kind of clarify what he means by theme music.
Well, hold that thought. I'll be back in just a minute.
Yeah, maybe in that meantime, Robert, if you're here, could you clarify that a little bit? Sorry, Scarlet, what?
Yeah,
this may answer his question.
I was going to ask Doug how he was doing on Eternal Lullaby. That was going to be one of my questions.
There it is.
Oh,
I am
I was
learning it
working
on
on
my
that.
sax as we speak.
nice. Oh man, like that would be amazing.
My sax teacher has given me a bunch of things to play, and I've put them all on the back shelf because I'm learning that right now.
Yeah.
It's not easy, I'll tell you. One of the reasons being it's written for violin, which has got like, it's like 3 different octaves. So I've had to adjust it a little bit just to be able to play it. But and I don't play very well, so there's that too. But I'm learning it slowly but surely. My goal is to have it down more or less before season 4 goes into production.
Oh, that would be so cool. Yeah, I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear it when you do, if you'd indulge us sometime.
If I get it to the point where I'm comfortable doing it in front of other people, I will certainly let you know.
That'd be great. Scarlet, sorry, were you going to say something?
Do you consider it your theme song?
Do I consider? No, I wouldn't say that. But it's because the Que Sera Sera that they played in the opening credits is so much, so much the theme song of the whole thing for me. But this one, yeah, it feels more personal,
Yeah.
Yeah. Robert did clarify. He said, like Darth Vader's theme music when he appears, or every bad guy or good guy's music when they show up.
You make a more sinister version of Eternal.
I have a feeling that stylistically that just wouldn't fit in with John Griffin's vision.
Yeah.
But there's something about the idea that appeals to me very much. It might be a question of like just sneaking a little bit of it into the soundtrack every once in a while when I'm around. I don't know. I mean, that's those decisions are not mine to make, God knows.
Yeah. There was a big debate as to whether like the song itself is what summoned him, or whether I think it was the revelation. I think it was a chain reaction. So the song played, and then that summoned the Ankui children, and it triggered Jade and Tabitha's revelation of their origins. That, I think, is what summoned the Man in Yellow, because he said knowledge comes at a cost. They just gained that knowledge. So I think that's what summoned him, not the song itself.
I agree with you, but I think the song was used as a vehicle to bring him there in a sense. You know what I mean? I think it's maybe more useful to think of it in those terms. Again, John Griffin might go, no, that's not what we had in mind at all. You're completely wrong. But that's sort of how I see it. I see the song as kind of the musical expression of whatever it is that's transporting me there, And Faith is asking which sax. Yes, Faith, it's an alto sax.
An alto sax. Okay. Yeah, she says I played alto in school band. Nice. Yeah.
I was told that alto would be slightly easier to learn than tenor, so that's why I opted for an alto sax.
Scarlett, were you going to say something?
I'm imagining scenes in From where people are in the forest and they hear a little bit of saxophone and they're like, what's that? Then out of faraway tree, the Man in Yellow comes out playing the saxophone, playing the stage.
I can picture it now.
Has to be
Yeah.
the faraway tree too. Has to step out there and start going.
Yeah. You had a funny Instagram post, one of your many ones, with a little mini man in yellow stuck in the in the saxophone. It was stuck in there. Yeah.
I noticed you saw the Polish speech video on Instagram.
Yes. I was so amazed by that. It sounded like, I mean, I wouldn't know, like I don't know how it's supposed to sound, but I mean, to me, I would have thought, wow, you sound like a native Polish speaker. Like, you just sounded so comfortable delivering that speech. That was amazing.
Well, it was funny. There was a woman who was working the event that night. She was out front, and after we came off the stage and went out into the lobby, because they had a cake for us to cut and stuff like that, she came up to me and she said, "Your Polish was better than the MC's."
Yeah.
Thank you very much. God knows I worked on it. I had to know that thing inside out and backwards, because, you know, it was like I got one chance to do it, so I didn't want to mess it up. And as it was, I left out a punchline. I can't believe I did that. I mean, it wasn't much of a joke, but, you know, there was a joke in there, because what I'm saying in the speech is what they didn't know about the play was that it had its first production 32 years before this one. And then I had a line where I said, of course, we both wrote it when we were 12. And that's the line I forgot. But the other thing they didn't know was that Marcia's husband, who directed that first production, was sitting in the audience. So when I mentioned that, there's a big cheer. That's what that big cheer is all about, because they were totally freaked that the first director from like 30 odd years ago was sitting there. So he got up and took a little bow, you know.
Nice.
It was quite the evening, actually.
That's awesome. Yeah, it looked spectacular there. They had like a big bouquet of flowers there for you guys, and
that's absolutely typical of a Warsaw theater opening night. That's what it's like. It's crazy. It's like it's like going to the Oscars, you know. It's I've never seen anything like it.
That's so cool, you know, just treat it like royalty. It's too bad that we don't have as much appreciation for theater in the US or in Canada. Like, it's just not like that.
It's not as much a part of the social fabric. It never has been, you know.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate, but, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But it's like a breath of fresh air whenever I go to Europe, and because, you know, that's kind of Europe in general. Theater is just so much more a part of people's lives there, and it's really great to go somewhere where, you know, people get that stuff.
That's so cool. Yeah. And it's nice, you know, because like you work, it's an extremely difficult profession. You work so hard, and, you know, you should get your flowers. Literally, I use that expression all the time, you know, like so and so needs to get their flowers. It's just a figure of speech, but you literally did get your flowers, literally and figuratively, in Poland.
Yeah.
That was nice. It's nice to see.
And the first time that happened, you could have knocked me over with a feather. The very first time I went to Poland, the show had been running for a couple of months, so I was just seeing a regular performance. But the second time I went, it was for an opening night at a different theater. It was an opening of our third play, Too Many Cooks, or Kontrabanda, as they called it in Polish. And that's where I found out what opening nights in Poland were all about. And it was like, holy crap, you know, there's like a red carpet and paparazzi and all the women are dressed to the nines. And then the friggin' curtain call goes on for like 45 minutes. And it's just like, oh my God. But at least, you know, it allowed me to warn Marcia what we were going to be in for when we went over 2 years ago. Because it was like, well, a year and a half ago. It's going to be a little nuts, you know, and bring your best dress. You're going to need it. Yeah, it was wild.
That's terrific. Yeah. I mean, we don't honor theater actors enough here. We have the Tony Awards. We have like an award show to, you know, but it's, you know, it's not like theater is honored in that way, just in general. So yeah.
No, that's the thing. I mean, yeah, they do it on Broadway, but they're not doing it in Minneapolis, you know, or Salt Lake City or whatever, you know.
No.
And in Europe, and this is the thing, these tours in Poland, our show has been touring since the fall of 2023, and they're booking dates until the end of this year. It may well go on for another year or two, or God knows how many. There's a Canadian guy, he started his career in Canada and then he moved to Poland for some reason. He's been living there for about 17 years now, I think. He directed a show years ago that has been touring the country for 9 years. The same
Wow.
show. And Poland's not that big a country, you know, but it just keeps going around and around, and people just keep going back and seeing these shows again and again. And it just like that just wouldn't happen here. You know, it's bizarre.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's so cool.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Robert had another question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I don't know. He says, I don't know if this has been discussed before, but so Robert has this theory that From kind of operates under this, like the way that it affects people. They experience dreams, nightmares, and weird premonitions. And he's wondering if you think the man in yellow could be what causes them. You know how people have these visions. Tabitha has a premonition dream. You know, they see, you know, Jade has these visions, these crazy, violent, sometimes violent visions. Do you think it's possible the man in yellow causes things like this?
It's possible that he's connected to it somehow, but who knows? You know, I mean, clearly that's part of the fabric of this place. That much is clear. But the mechanism by which it all happens, maybe he's a part of it, maybe not. I don't know. I mean, as I keep saying, I literally don't know any more about this guy than anybody that has watched the season 3 finale. You know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think it's possible. Maybe he causes that. That's an interesting question that Robert asked, because I hadn't really given it that much thought as to whether he's causing that specifically. Maybe some of them, in some cases, but like Tabitha's Ankui kids, I don't think he's causing that. I think they're reaching out because they need help. They need, I don't know, their souls need to be freed or something. But I don't know. We could go down all kinds of rabbit holes with that. Sorry, Doc. What were you going to say, Doc?
I'm causing it.
You're causing it?
Yeah. Can you just prove it? You don't know.
I again, you know, this is clearly my own take on this stuff. This is like just my conjecture. But one of the things that I have difficulty with when it comes to a lot of the theories about From is that a great many of them seem to be an attempt to make direct connections between things that I don't think are necessarily directly connected. And this is a good example of that, you know, because you just bring up a very good point. A lot of those things that you listed sort of sound like the kind of things that he might be involved in generating or participating in some way. And yet you look at things like the Ankui kids and you go, well, that seems to be part of the same fabric, but not the kind of thing that he would be involved in. So like, is there anyone who's directly connected with that? Or is this just, are these just the rules of this particular universe? And that's the way it is, you know? Mm-hmm. That's my tendency is to go in that direction, I think. I don't think that, you know, I mean, one of the things that amused me when I started, because it was just after the finale that I started to see for the very first time the tremendous profusion of stuff on YouTube and Instagram and all the other places about this show. I had no idea that any of that stuff was going on, but I was really amused by the fact that, you know, because we found out about these reincarnations of people in that episode, suddenly everybody is trying to take every single character in From and figure out who are they a reincarnation of. And it's like,
no,
who says they're a reincarnation of anybody? Just because a couple of people are, it doesn't mean it applies to the whole cast. I mean, it's that kind of stuff where I just go, you're reading too much into it, folks. And there's really no way to answer those theories anyway. So you're just, in a way, you're kind of spinning your wheels. What I've said this before, I think what's most significant about that tendency and the fact that so many people are doing it is it just shows you the degree to which people are invested in the series and how successful it's been at roping people in, you know? And that to me is a much more important point than the details of any of these particular theories.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it's doing its job, you know, as a mystery box series, it's definitely doing what it needs to be doing. It's generating, I mean, how many shows generate a fan base that is active all year, even in the off season. There are casual fans that will only come back when the show comes back, but then there's a whole diehard fan base that is still invested all year and still thinking about these mysteries and theory crafting. It's amazing. I've never seen anything like it.
Except Severance.
Except it's Severance
and Yellow Jackets.
The only thing that Severance is very similar, but I wasn't able to find a fan base that was super active in the off season like with From. I wanted to, but I couldn't find them. So From is special.
That's what I'm saying. Yellow Jackets does it. There's lots of theories about Yellow Jackets.
Year round?
Yeah, year round. I don't know if Doug watches Yellow Jackets. It's set
Nope.
in Canada.
What service is it on?
It's on Showtime and Paramount Plus in this country, but I don't know what it would be.
Well, if it's on Paramount Plus, I've got Paramount Plus. That's how I watch From, so I could.
Because From's on MGM Plus.
Well, in Canada, it's on
Here.
Paramount Plus.
Yeah, well, maybe you'll be lucky. Maybe it'll be on there. Maybe you can catch up on it. It's a great show.
I get them on my porch in the summer.
What, Yellow Jackets?
Yeah.
Oh, literal Yellow Jackets. I was confused. I was like, what? Literal Yellow Jackets. Faith and Repentance says, so you get this all the time, Doug. I know. I think we love Doug so much that even if he's the big bad, we are still going to have to root for him now.
Well, it's going to require a little more suspension of disbelief from you, I guess, from this point on.
It'll still you're going to do your job so well that we'll forget what an incredibly nice guy you are when you're on that screen.
Oh, I'll be as much of a bastard as they need me to be.
I know it. I know.
I'll be like, that guy loves orange cake.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I goofed on that. I was asked what my favorite dessert was, and I said the orange cake, and it's certainly up there, but it's not my number one favorite. My number one favorite is Concord grape pie. And you have not lived until you've had a piece of Concord grape pie. It's a recipe I found. I think it was my first year at Shaw. The booze is sold here. It's actually controlled by the provincial governments in Canada. Although I think Alberta has private liquor stores now, but in Canada they're all run by the provincial government. And in Ontario, it's the LCBO, the Liquor Control Board of Ontario. And they put out these magazines, these quarter magazines called Food and Drink. And they have the most amazing recipes in them. And my first year at Shaw, I got the fall one, which is when Concord grapes are in season. And there was this recipe for Concord grapes. And I love Concord grape pie. And I love Concord grapes. So I thought, a pie made of Concord grapes? I got to try this. So I get out the recipe. It says, take a kilogram of grapes, 2.2 pounds of grapes, and pit them. And I remember thinking vaguely, well, that's going to take a little while. So I took this big bowl of Concord grapes and then another bowl to put the pitted grapes in and another bowl to put the pits in. And I got out a little knife and I put on a baseball game and I started pitting grapes. 3.5 hours later, I'm sitting there, my hands are stained purple and covered in slime, and I've still got grapes in the bottom of this friggin' bowl, and I was like, I'm never making a stupid friggin' thing. So anyway, once you've pitted the grapes, the rest of it's easy. You make the pastry. There's a great recipe for the pastry, and it's easy, and you just throw the grapes and the other ingredients in a pot, heat it up a little bit, throw it in the shell, and throw it in the oven, and away you go. So I took it out of the oven a little while later, and I thought, well, this better be good because I'm never making one of these again. And I cut myself and I took a bite, and I went, oh, I'm definitely going to have to make another one of these. So this was just before Thanksgiving, because our Thanksgiving is like 6 weeks before yours. Yeah. And there was a guy at Shaw. He would have a Thanksgiving dinner for all of us orphans, those of us who couldn't get home for Thanksgiving with our families because we only have the one day off, and he would invite, there'd usually be about a dozen of us at this party. So he asked me if I would like to come to Thanksgiving dinner with him and his gal. And I said, yeah, I would love to. Thank you very much. I said, can I bring anything? And he said, well, bring a bottle of wine. And I said, I've got this great recipe for Concord grape pie. I can make one of those. And he said, oh, well, Gabrielle always makes a pumpkin pie. So, but Yeah, sure, bring the pie if you want. And I thought, oh shit, I just inadvertently overstepped. I just should have, left it at the wine and left it at that. So then I show up with the pie, and everybody has to have a little piece of Gabrielle's pie and a little piece of Doug's pie. And I'm just thinking, oh, this was a mistake. I just should have brought the wine. So a year goes by. It's time for Thanksgiving the next year. And Pete comes up to me and says, would you like to come for Thanksgiving dinner again this year? I said, yeah, I would love to. That was a great night. He said, do you think you could bring another one of those pies? I said, yes, of course, I would love to. So it became an annual thing. I would make one every year to take to that. I mean, weren't the only ones I made. I made any excuse to sit down and make another one of these pies. I would do it because it's the most awesome thing I've ever eaten in my life. So that is truly my favorite dessert, with the orange cake being a close second.
I've never even heard of that. Like Faith here said, I've never heard of grape pie, but now you're making it sound so delicious. Now I want some.
Yeah, the tricky part, I don't know, Concord grapes are getting harder and harder to find these days.
Yeah.
They've now developed a seedless variety, which they call coronation grapes, which aren't quite seedless. You can't really make a pie with them because they have these annoying little green seeds in them that are impossible to get rid of. And they don't taste as good as actual Concord grapes. I know they grow in the Northeast. Like you would be able to find them in places like upstate New York, maybe Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, places like that, I'm guessing. But if anybody knows where they can get their hands on some Concord grapes and they're interested, just let me know, Julie, and I can email them the recipe. So
Nice.
I'm gonna be out.
You got to pick those grapes.
For that.
Sorry, what was that, Scarlett?
I said I'm gonna be out on the lookout for those grapes.
Yeah, but they look like big blueberries. They're about the same color and they're very round. They're very much they just look like an overgrown blueberry, but they're the most tart. They're the best grapes. They really are. And yeah, I would never have thought of making a pie out of grapes either, but you got to try this thing. It's too good.
What's the crust made out of?
It's standard crust, but it's got you put a bit of orange in it, a little orange juice and a little orange zest as well. So it goes very well with the grapes.
Yeah. Shadow Skulk says, I'm not fond of pie for the most part, but that sounds good. Yeah, you make it sound so delicious. Yeah, I want to try this. Yeah, Faith and Repentance is exactly where I am, and I'd love the recipe. So,
all right. Yeah. Well, if there's some way you can get me Faith's email address, I'd be happy to send it to her.
Nice. I think she's in my Discord. Faith, if you're in my Discord, then just DM me and I'll hook you up. My Discord link is in the description of the video if you need it. But I think Faith is already in there, maybe under a different name. Grow and Thrive is here too. She says, "Can I use Smucker's Concord grape jelly?" Yeah,
I'm not sure if that's a serious question, but no, you don't want to do that. You definitely don't want to do that.
I doubt it. Yeah.
That's the Walmart version.
Yeah. And Grow and Thrive was saying, she wanted to say hi to you. Do you think Liz and Cliff would join you on here? I doubt it. I'm sure they're busy, but it's a nice thought.
I don't know. As I said the other day, they're coming over for dinner in a few weeks. I'll mention it to them. I have a feeling probably not, but you never know. Cliff's a pretty chatty guy. He might join us sometime. You never know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, he's such a nice guy. That would be awesome. Yeah.
Dale was one of my favorite characters.
Dale. Yep. Dale was hilarious. I was so sorry to see him go. As I told Cliff, I called into Tony Teflon's show and I told him, I'm so sorry to see you go. And he looked so happy because I guess a lot of people must tell him, all the things they hate about the character, but I found him so entertaining, and he looked so happy to hear positive feedback for a change, because he said, like, the guy's misunderstood. He comes off as a jerk, but he wanted to help. He always just wanted people to listen to him, and he thought he could help, and no one would listen. And I kind of validated that, so I think he appreciated it.
He reminded me of my oldest younger brother.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oldest younger brother. Okay.
Yep. Out of the three younger brothers, the older one. He's
Oh, okay.
yeah.
It must be a
That's
character.
confusing to my
right?
ears there for a second.
He's a big softy on the inside, but his exterior is covered in thorns.
Yep.
Faith is putting in some comments here about the pie. Faith, are you actually able to get these grapes this time of year? Because here in Ontario, the only time we see them, they usually show up, they start showing up sort of late August, and by early October, they're pretty much done. And after that, you're out of luck. I mean, the growing season's a little different in the States, I know, the places that have them, but I think you're probably going to have to wait till late summer, early fall before you're going to be able to get your hands on the grapes.
Yeah. She says, I'll shoot you a message. No rush. I'm not shopping till next week. Yeah, you might have to wait if they're out of season, but yeah, we can hook you up with the recipe in the meantime, I'm sure.
Yeah. At least you'll be prepared for when they come around again. But yeah, they're very much a seasonal thing.
Yeah.
I tried freezing them one year just so I could, make a couple more pies later in the year. And it was okay, but not the same as making it fresh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my question.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just looked at the clock. I got to get out of here. I got to get up in the morning, so I should.
I was just looking at it too. I was just like, oh wow, it's almost 1:30. So we truly appreciate all the time you spent with us, Doug. It's always such a pleasure to have you here. Anytime at all that you want to come, we would be thrilled to have you. You're welcome to join. I mean,
well, and it's just as much a pleasure for me as I said before. I feel a little guilty about totally monopolizing the conversation like this, but
oh no, it's all good.
No, please don't feel guilty at all. No. Like we love to hear your stories. We love to hear your insights and your humor. And I mean, please don't feel guilty at all. I mean, everyone.
We're having a great time.
We have a blast every time you're here, and everybody in the chat too.
I'm delighted to hear it, and I'm always happy. I'm always curious about people's questions. So I mean, that's always a fun part for me, is just hearing what people are curious about and answering what I can, because so much of it I can't. So much of the stuff I don't know any more than any of you folks do. But in terms of what it's like from our end as opposed to from a viewer's end, I know there's lots of stuff that we can talk about, that people seem to be really interested in, and I'm always happy to field those kind of questions. So
absolutely. And even things that have nothing to do with we just love to hear all your stories about your theater work and your playwriting, and everyone enjoys it. So yeah, Grow and Thrive says, thanks, Doug. Please join us again. I love hearing your stories. I get nothing but glowing feedback from everybody all the time. So
well, that's good to hear. And once people have had a chance to get their hands on Deadline and read it a bit, it'll be fun to have an episode where we could just chat about that for a bit, because I will be really curious to hear people's feedback. It's always interesting for us to know, what works for people. More importantly, what doesn't work. Is there stuff that confused them, or stuff they didn't buy, or did they figure out the story too quickly? All those kinds of questions are always fodder for us. So I'll be really interested to hear what people have to say about it.
Oh, I can't wait. And Faith and Repentance says, monopolize away. Best day of my week. Best day of my week. Monopolize away. And Martin here says, Doug, take care and can't wait for the next one. I have a lot of questions, but joined late. Well, I'm sure, hopefully Doug will be back with us again. And Dieter says, love to hear your stories as well. So.
Well, that's great. I'm glad that everybody finds it all so interesting. And yeah, like I said, I'm happy to come back whenever. So let's keep in touch about Deadline and stuff. And the other thing is, I'll be able to talk to you about the reading of Sucker after Monday, because I'm very curious to see, speaking of feedback, what people have to say about that one. This is going to be the very first time that anyone has heard this script. So we're really curious to see how they respond.
Yeah. Oh, good. I hope that goes well. I'm sure it will. Yeah. And I'll be really interested to hear about it after. So That's terrific. Yeah.
And it's going to be interesting because the place where it's being read, there's a place in Toronto. It's called the Performing Arts Lodge, and it's basically a retirement home for people in the theater business. And they have a rehearsal and performance space there, and that's where we're doing the reading. So our crowd is going to be mostly theater people, which is great because it means that, you know, we're going to be getting a very informed response. So we're really looking forward to hear what they have to say.
Well, that sounds ideal.
Yeah.
Theater people, that's the best kind of feedback you can get. Like,
Exactly. Yeah.
So kind of like
So-
having a focus group, you know, to give
Yeah.
you feedback, you know.
Exactly. So I will keep you posted on how that goes, and maybe next time we can have a little chat about that.
We would love it. Thank you so
Sounds
much, Doug.
exciting.
All right. Take care, everybody.
Thank you, Doug. Bye.
Take care.
We'll miss
Bye
you.
for now.
Good
Good
night.
night.
Wow, that was fun.
That was.
I
I miss him
mean,
already.
I know, right?
You
I
missed
mean,
already.
me
He'll be
too.
back, Doc. He'll be back.
He'll be back.
He'll be
Every
back.
time we
He's
leave,
part of the Fromely.
Yeah.
I
Part
think
of our
he's gonna be-
family.
Yep, he's a
What?
slow walker.
he's
Kind of.
kind of. Yeah.
In the show, he's not technically a slow walker, I don't think, right? But
But
he's one of us slow walkers,
Are those slow walkers even slow walkers, really?
right?
Yeah.
They choose to be most of
Yeah,
the time. Right?
Smiley can get around when he wants.
yes, he can. Yes, he
Yeah.
can when he wants to. So I don't know if we can even call them that anymore. I never really did myself. I mean, I call them the monsters or the nightmare creatures. Like they're credited as the nightmare creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
It's a
called them the nightmare creatures for a long time.
Yeah.
I still do technically.
It's a mouthful to say all the time, so I don't always use that term.
Or
you know.
monsters.
It's easier to just say
Monsters, yeah.
Monsters.
you know? Yeah. Yeah, every time he pops off, I'm like, no, come back, Doug. Like I could just keep on talking to him for a couple more hours. I don't know about you guys. I think I speak for all of us when I say like he can monopolize away. Like just go
Oh,
ahead.
yeah.
Take over the whole show.
He's got a
Yeah.
lot of great stories, and I love his insights.
Absolutely. God, yeah. I mean he's like that's the life of a theater actor, you know, like so much traveling, so much world experience that I've never had. So it's fascinating to hear all that he's experienced and have a great night to you too, Faith. Glad you can join us live this time. I know
Have a good night.
yeah, I know Faith was sorry she missed the last one. So yeah, glad you could join us. And yeah, thank you, Dieter, for dropping the link to Doug's play Deadline. I would highly recommend everybody pick up a copy if you like murder mysteries and with some comedy in there. If you enjoyed like the movie Knives Out, you would love this. I mean, think of like something like Knives Out, Agatha Christie's And Then There Were None, except with comedy in it. It's been compared to Clue too, but it's not. I would say it's more like Knives Out. Clue is campy. This isn't campy. This is more like the kind of witty humor that Knives Out had. And then there was a sequel, The Glass Onion, that also had that same kind of wit. So you want to get a copy, the link is in the description of the video, and you can read a sample. 32 pages of it are online. So, I mean, you read that, I think you're going to get hooked like I was and want to finish it. So you can get a copy, a physical copy like mine, or you can get a digital copy. And we're going to be talking on it on an upcoming live stream with the people who have read it. Once people have had a chance to get copies and read it, we're going to have Doug on and discuss. So I think that's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, we've talked about the possibility of trying to do a reading, but I don't know if we can do that. Like, that would be quite the undertaking. But it'd be fun if we could make it happen. If they allow it, if there's some way to pay for the rights, and Broadway licensing allows it. But who knows? The challenging thing is that there are people with accents in it. I don't do
Oh, I
accents.
can't do accents. Mine
I
sound
can do all
terrible.
the accents.
You'd have to do like the British lady and the German lady, I think, Scarlet.
Oh, I can butcher both of those with equal aplomb. Hello, governor.
Yeah, and
It
What
it
was
works.
the other one? German.
German. Yep. And if the two of
Guten
them are
Morgen. It's about the same. Now's the
Sorry.
time of sprockets when we dance. No, wait, that's Dutch. Those the German. Which one's Cedar? Now's the time on sprockets when we dance. I don't know. It's horrible. It's horrible.
Yeah.
I don't care.
It's better than I can do. I don't do accents. I can't do any kind of accent. I've tried. It's just not. It's not in my wheelhouse. Even like different American accents, like
Yeah.
I could maybe do like
Boston?
You know,
You do Boston?
Boston.
I think I could. It sounds similar enough to the Fall River accent.
Yeah.
You want to try it?
mean,
No.
I mean, I can the way that Rhode Islanders talk, I can do that because that's where I'm from. But I don't talk
Well,
like
you
that.
say wicked too. Like Boston people say wicked.
Yeah, we say wicked.
I say wicked. Yeah.
I didn't say
Yeah.
We
wicked.
drink water.
Wicked smart. Yeah. People around here.
There's a good
don't
amount of
pronounce-
people that say worse though instead of wush around here.
They say what?
Worst instead of wushed.
Oh, that's weird.
And we have weird
yeah.
cities. Like there's a city around here called Charlotte, but they call it Charlotte for some reason. There's like a different emphasis on the other syllable.
That's odd. Yeah.
Yeah, it's odd. Yep.
Here it's a problem of not pronouncing the R's, and that really irritates
Yep.
me.
Mhm.
Like and yeah, like certain other things that are not pronounced right, like like-
Sounds are awes.
yeah.
Mhm.
And of course, the stereotypical one is, got to go park the car in the garage. That's how they talk around here, instead of, and that's how my dad talks.
Park the car.
And yeah, park
Like
the
a Kennedy?
car. What?
Sound like a Kennedy?
Yeah, it's Rhode Island. I can't even distinguish it. I know there's a difference between a Boston accent and Rhode Island, but it's so similar that I can't even really tell the difference.
I dated a guy who had a thick Boston accent. He was from Boston. And he could not stand the Rhode Island accent around here.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. It's slightly different, but there's a similarity in the way, I think like Bostonians don't really pronounce their R's properly either, do they?
No, Bostonians don't, but they'll say like Boston instead of Boston, which is how we would say it here. Like,
Okay.
like sauce is sauce.
Yeah. 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 And I would pronounce it Boston, but it's, like Bostonians would say Boston, right? Like,
Boston,
yeah.
I think, yeah.
Yeah. It gets on my nerves. I don't like it. I don't talk like that. Yeah. Good night, Robert. Yeah. So I guess no one else is still doing From Lives. Am I the last one standing? Really? Are we the last?
Yeah,
I'll
we
have
have
to
the
check into
longest
that.
ones.
Check
Yeah.
into that. I know there
Great
were
to-
some rewatches, but maybe they're done.
Great to hang out with you too again, Robert. I've missed you. And I know my lives are too late in general for you. We're trying to make them a little earlier and start them at 10. Friday nights we usually start later, but Wednesday nights we start at 10 p.m. Eastern, which is not too bad. I mean, that's when Jeremy starts his, so it's not that strange, not that late. But but we go into the wee hours of the morning, and Robert's not a vampire like I am, so.
And
So-
Julie, I think you have a record in From Fandom. I think you have a record for longest interview with a cast member.
Probably.
I think you have a couple of those records. I think all the top They're all, you got like probably 3 or 4 or 5 of them right there. They're all Doug Hughes, 2 hours, 3 hours.
Well, it might be Jamie McGuire.
Beat that, everyone else.
Jamie
Oh yeah.
McGuire clocked in about an hour and a half.
Oh, okay.
But still, Doug has been with us for 3 hours before.
Mhm.
So that's got to be a record, right? I mean,
I think so.
that's so cool. How about that? We got the record for the longest interview with a From cast member.
Well, I know Nathan Simmons has been on Teflon a lot, but I
Mhm.
don't think he's on for like that long. Teflon's usually only go for like 2 hours, I think.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Tony does not go over, like, if it's over 2 hours, it's just by a little bit, maybe 2 hours, 10 minutes. One time I was on the phone with him and we were going over something exciting related to From, and so he stayed on longer because of that. I actually tipped him off to like some press photos that had been dumped the week before From premiered season 3, and he didn't know about it, so I called in and told him where to find it. So we stayed on the phone for like half an hour going through the photos, and so I was like, I basically joined the show for half an hour, but like the most he does is 2 hours 15 minutes, and yeah, so that's so cool to think of that. We're brand new to this, we just started, and yeah, but it wouldn't be possible if Doug wasn't so incredibly generous with his time. Like he's willing to stay. That's amazing. I'm just grateful that he wants to show up and hang out with us, because it's a blast. It's so much fun.
Hi, Amy.
Oh, hey, Amy. Doug is awesome. Yes, Doug is awesome. Yeah, he was here again. I was not expecting that. Wow. Twice in 1 week now. That's crazy. That's crazy. I was so happy he wanted to join. I told him that, we're going to be doing another From Live tonight, and he said he was free, so he just I sent him the link, and that was that. It was just last minute. That's why he's not even in the title of this video. After this is done, I'm going to edit it and put his name in the title. I mean, the man was here with us for over 2 hours, so he's going in the title of the video. But that was just so cool.
I'll be right back.
It never gets old, Okay, no problem.
So I was wondering, are we gonna do what you wanted to talk about in the finale episode now?
Yeah. Well, we're waiting for Doc. Let's
I didn't know if we wanted to do his stuff too on Jeff as well.
It's already 2 a.m. So if we want to move FROMACADEMY again to next week, I am totally okay with that.
Maybe we should do that.
We've had a great show already tonight, so I think we should continue rolling with that.
Okay, so we could just do what you want to do with the finale then.
Yeah. I agree. Let's.
But I've got to take like a 10-minute break because I was like carving wood when we were talking to Doug, and now I've got like cedar all over my hands, and I would like to take a shower.
Carving wood? What are you carving?
Yeah, I carved a snake out of wood while we were talking to Doug.
That's so cool.
Wow.
It smells good too because it's cedar. It smells pretty good.
Nice. Okay. Well, yeah. No, go take care of that. No problem. We'll be.
Can you carve a what was it that what's his face was carving? Randy was carving.
Oh, like
Randall.
a weird face? Maybe.
Yeah.
Curves are kind of hard, but I mean, when I say snake, I mean kind of like, not exactly smooth.
Okay.
But maybe I could do a weird face. I just had to get
That'd be cool.
another block of wood. I just have these little blocks of wood around.
You could carve a little totem head like Randall was carving and From. Try to make a totem head.
That's sweet. Yeah, I could try it. Okay, I'm gonna go do that.
Okay. Yep.
All right, I'll be back in a bit.
Okay, cool. Oh, thanks, Amy. Yeah, this is Boo making her cameo as usual now. I guess it's gonna be a regular appearance. You can't really see. I guess my ring light is really good because it's showing all the orange in her fur. That's very hard to see normally. The black is the dominant color. She doesn't have that much orange, but this ring light is picking up all of it. It's doing its work. Yeah, she's my Velcro cat. She's always glued to me. So, anyway, so I thought we could. Yes, she's a tortie. That's right. That's right. My cat is on the live Grow and Thrive, and oh, you have a tortie too. Yes. Yeah, there was I think you were the one who told me about that. There was someone who was telling me they have a tortie too. Maybe it was you that told me that. Yeah, she's a character. She's the one you can hear sometimes making loud noises because torties are very vocal. So she makes these loud, all kinds of like a variety of sounds, like she's almost just trying to talk, like. And many people have mistaken her for a baby crying in the background. So I figured we could talk a bit more since we just completed our rewatch of season 1. I thought we could talk a bit more about, insights that we've gained from this rewatch and, just overall like reflection on it and more on the finale that we just discussed too. There's I wanted to maybe pull up the cave painting and look at that again because we didn't get a chance. We didn't really have time to do it last time. I had been streaming for almost 6 hours by the time we got to the cave painting, so we had to kind of move right along. Yes, torties like to talk, indeed. I bet the glasses are under the bed and Boo plays with them. Yeah, Amy. Yeah. When things go missing, sometimes I wonder if she's responsible for knocking it around somewhere. I still never found my lost glasses, the original pair that I lost when Doug was here the first time live. But I found these, and oddly enough, they're the exact same frame as the ones I lost. And it turns out they're the prescription that I should have been wearing this entire time. I realized I was wearing the old prescription by mistake. I mixed them up. And so for years, I've been wearing the old prescription. I put these on and I was like, oh my God, I could see all this like fine detail that I couldn't before. So yeah, I did myself a favor losing the other ones. Those were not the right prescription anyway. So, yeah, David, there's a dragon in the cave painting. Interesting. Yeah, I'll check that out. The picture on Discord, and I'll put that up. Yeah, we can discuss like the timeline of because I definitely think the cave mural tells a story. It's definitely telling a story. Now, and David says he just watched episode 4 of Severance, so Helena forced everyone into forced overtime just so she could bang Mark and feel love. It seems like that, basically. Yeah. Wasn't expecting that.
That seems like the Egan way. Praise Kier.
Praise Kier. Yeah.
Praise Kier.
Yeah. I'm gonna lean back so I can be more comfortable because sitting up is not good. Sitting up for this long is not good for my pain. Just lean back in the chair a bit. Normally I do my lives like this, but I don't know. When we have Doug on, I just can't bring myself to do this. I feel unprofessional. I want to be professional and sit up like a normal person who doesn't have a ridiculous pain condition. Samuel says, I just looked up my tracking number and got deadline in my mailbox. Oh, wow. You already got it. Nice. Away from home though. Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that you got it. I'm so happy to hear that some of you guys have decided to order it and then can join in the discussion when we have Doug on to specifically discuss deadline in more detail. I think that's going to be fun, and I know it'll make him happy to hear feedback. He's working hard to try to get another production of that, and it deserves it. Oh, thanks, Dieter. Dieter's got the link. I'll pull that up. Just give me a sec. I will pull that up and drink some water because I haven't had anything to drink in like hours and hours. Hold on. I'm gonna just shut off my camera while I pull that link up. I think I just drank about 30 sips of water at once. That's how thirsty I am. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. So let's see. Thank you, Dieter, for posting. Oh, and now my YouTube tab is in the background. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Dieter, and now Dieter has changed his name to Dieter Egan. For you Severance fans, you'll know what that means. That was hilarious.
I love it. I took a screenshot when it said for Dieter
Yeah.
in the book.
Isn't that fantastic? This will never not be hilarious. This Dieter Egan on Severance. Oh my god. That is too damn funny. Wow. And this the story that was told about him made it even better. It wasn't just any Dieter Egan thing. It was like it was a hilarious story. Basically, somehow got turned into a tree because he jerked off in the forest.
In front of his brother.
In front of his brother. Yeah.
But I don't know if I have to rewatch it because was that really what the story was, or was Helly just making a joke?
No, I'm pretty sure that's what the story was.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
It went over my head until she made that joke, I guess. I thought she was just making a joke.
Yeah, no, she was no, she basically was just breaking it down to regular language. I didn't understand it at first either, and then I listened to it again and I was like, wait, okay, he spilt his lineage on the soil. So
Oh, that.
you see what they did there?
Yep. Oh my god. That is a
Yeah.
little weird, but like, yeah, I think that the other one just, axed him or something.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, he spilt his lineage and
Maybe it was an essay situation. I don't know. It was a very short version of the story using a lot of symbolism, it seemed like, although they claimed it was literal.
yeah, I mean, they claimed it was literal. Some people have wondered if maybe it's actually like more symbolic, like Kier was confronting like maybe Dieter Egan didn't exist and it was like this it was the duality of his identity. It was this darker side of himself, this the version of himself that was full of vice, that needed to die, that was perverse. And
That's
so
kind of what I was getting from it too.
yeah, so it might not be literal, but the story was just hilarious and absurd and gross. The guy's
I was
eyeball,
dying with laughter.
the guy's eyeball pops out, and it's described in gruesome detail. The eyeball pops out and the pus comes out of the eye socket, and then his hair turns into leaves or something like that. It's horrible.
And then Dylan went after Milchek says, and then he went to the waterfall so he couldn't hear the screams or whatever. And Dylan's just like, that's actually pretty smart. That is something my brother would say.
Yeah. Yeah. That was insane. Just when you think the show can't get any weirder, it ups its game. And now I can't see the screen. Boo, can you please just sit down or something? This is what she does to me all the time, by the way. I'm trying to work on my laptop in my chair here, And she comes here and just stands, and I can't do anything until she just sits the hell down. Just sit. What are you doing? Like, lay down, do something. Why are you standing? So I can barely see. I can't type. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Jesus, this is what I have to deal with all the time. But she's such a love bug, so I'm not gonna.
Oh, I deal with it too.
What?
I deal with it too. Cleo likes to climb on me.
Yeah.
She was climbing on me earlier. I had to put her down.
Yeah.
She goes on my shoulders.
Oh, that's so cute. I love
She's
that.
heavy.
I've seen. She's heavy too.
Yeah, she's heavy.
I've seen other people who have cats that actually get on their shoulders, and that just looks so adorable. I've never had a cat that did that, but yeah, that's so
Her
cute.
daughter did it too, and her daughter was a lot smaller than her, and so she fit just perfectly. Also, her daughter had been doing it since birth, basically, just hanging out on my shoulders, so she was accustomed to it.
Yeah, that's so sweet. Aw. Yeah, and I don't have the heart to shoo her away, but there are times when it is a problem because I'm trying to record a video and I can't have her like screwing it up. Now at least I've learned how to edit, thank God, because before, if she was in a Velcro cat kind of mood where there's nothing I can do to keep her away, like I keep trying to take her off me and put her to the side, and she keeps coming back, and I'm like, I can't record a video with her in my face purring. First of all, the microphone picks up the purring, and I can barely see. It was such a problem until I learned how to edit, and now at least if that happens, I can do that, because I never know when she's gonna decide to be a love bug like this, which is pretty frequently. Anyway.
Yeah, mine was just pawing me, asking me for attention. I used to bring Cesar with me on harness all over the place, to the park, to the store, just a corner store, not any other store, and to a couple of parties too.
Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, yeah, cats get a bad rap. It's always people who haven't had cats that misunderstand them, and I used to think cats were standoffish, and I had misconceptions about cats until I actually had one, and it's not that way at all. Like this one here is extremely loving. She gets right up in my face and rubs her nose against my nose like I'm another cat, which is the highest compliment a cat can pay you. That means that you're truly accepted by them. Yeah, cats are extremely loving.
My Cesar was a snob though. She pretty much only loved me. She tolerated my fiance, and didn't really socialize too much with other people. There were a couple people she liked, but it was fine. She loved me, and I loved her.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Some cats are very loving with one person, but then they don't give a shit about anybody else or don't like anybody else. That's a thing too. That happens. My grandma had a cat like that. He didn't like anybody else, and he was afraid of other people too. He only really loved her. Sometimes they attach themselves to just one person. Yeah,
She also
Dieter,
loved the bigger dog.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, the older, more mellow dog. They would cuddle. It was cute.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sometimes cats and dogs can get along well together. My mom's Chihuahua, it's not, no, that he doesn't, he just stays out of their way. He's at the bottom of the pecking order. The cats are all above him, and there's a definite pecking order. There's one at the top who nobody messes with, and that's my Boo, who's the littlest of all of them. Nobody screws with her. She's only 6 pounds. No one screws with her because she will. I mean, she will fuck you up. She'll take the claws out, and it's not pretty. And then underneath that is Timmy, and he'll just randomly attack Henry, who's below him, who's another cat, for no reason at all. Chase him out of the room. We'll hear like a cat fight, like where they're like, I've got to go break it up, and it's Timmy who instigates it. and then Henry karate chops Paco the Chihuahua. So
Oh yeah, they love to do that.
yeah, he karate chops him for no reason at all. He can't stand him, and so the dog is at the very bottom. Yeah, I can't choose between the two either. I love them equally. The only problem with cats, you have to take them on their terms. Like they're not eager to please, and they will give you affection only on their terms. As far in my experience, I can't just pick up my cat and hold her anytime I want. I have to wait till she comes to me. That's the only thing that sucks. With a dog, you can just pick them up and hold them if it's a little one, and they'll stay and they want to please you. That's the only thing that I wish cats was different about cats. That's all. But yeah,
There's some cats that are like that.
that let you pick them up, because I've never met one. Like,
Oh, most of my cats let me pick them up. When I had cats that didn't like it, but most of the cats that I've had since, I've gotten since kittens, and they like it. But I did have a couple of kittens that did not like it at all, just like ever. But yeah, each cat can be different.
but did they let you pick them up and sit down and hold them? That's the thing. My cat will let me pick her up
Yeah.
and carry her around, but not sit down.
Yeah, some of them, but maybe half
See,
of them.
okay. See, that I've never experienced with any cat. That would be so nice if I could just pick her up anytime I want, just I'm jealous because my mom, the Chihuahua is my mom's, and he's like an emotional support animal. Truly, she can pick him up anytime she wants, and he'll stay and comfort her. And I take advantage of that whenever she's at work or something. But other than that, he's glued to her. So yeah, yeah. Some cats will let you be as affectionate as you please. It's just some are more introverted. Yeah. Yeah, Dieter. Yeah, we got on a cat tangent.
Some are
Is it-
crazy. I've met a lot of crazy cats too.
Oh, really?
Some are dangerous. Oh my gosh. I have scars on my hands from a cat that clawed me because my brother hit me with a toy and the cat attacked me
Oh my
to protect
God.
my brother. I didn't do anything. I was just sitting there. My brother was being silly and he threw a toy at me.
Oh my God. Yeah. Actually, yeah, there was um I don't like to talk about my ex much, but this is kind of funny. Um my ex is my ex he told me this story. His parents his mom had a cat that she had this cat for years. And then when she met her husband, um the cat absolutely hated him, and it was almost like a sense of jealousy or something. Absolutely hated him and would attack him at random. And one time he was literally getting in the shower. He got in the shower with no clothes on, and the cat just leaps in there and attacks him while
Oh
he's
my God.
vulnerable and naked.
Oh no.
Yeah. Some cats are nuts like that. That's true. I've never had one that was nuts like that, so I'm glad. Yeah. Um.
I had one
Anyway.
go up to me when I was walking a German Shepherd and wanted to pick a fight with a German Shepherd. And I had to like grab a stick and chase the cat away with it while screaming.
Wow. Oh my God, that's a brave cat. Jeez.
I guess we
Like,
wandered into its territory.
wow. Yeah. There's a stereotype that cats always defer to dogs and are afraid of dogs, and that's not always the case at all. In this house, the cats rule. The dog is at the bottom of the totem pole, bottom of the pecking order, easily.
Yeah, the cat could be from a home where the dogs are more submissive and it's used to bossing them around. So it's like, I'm gonna boss this dog around.
Yeah.
I hope it doesn't do that to too many other dogs though, because some dogs are dangerous.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
oh well.
Yeah, yeah, because you don't want to pick a fight with the wrong dog. Like, yeah, that's scary. Um, oh geez. Amy says I cleaned this lady's house once, and her 30-pound fixed cat Samson escaped the closed room and launched at my ankle. Oh my god, 30 pounds? That's a big cat. Jesus. 30 pounds. Some cats are gigantic. That's
That's a
wild.
dog.
That, that's that's like a dog size. My cat is 6 pounds. She's tiny. She's really tiny. She doesn't even look like a full grown cat. She has like a teeny tiny skinny tail and little paws, and yeah, she's a peanut. Anyway, cat tangent. Yeah, it's funny when they get the zoomies and they start acting crazy at odd hours of the morning. What is it with cats? Like, there's that meme where it shows
1 a.m.
1 a.m.
It's something like 1 a.m. And it's actually, I think, part of their internal clock or something like that. I think I looked it up at one point.
yeah,
I
it's
could be
like
wrong.
it's like God, there's some memes like what 2 a.m. time to run around the house like for absolutely no reason at all. Like that's what they do. Uh, I don't know why, but it's decide to run around like maniacs in the middle of the night sometimes. It's weird. um, it's not good around here. I mean, sometimes my cat does that. She doesn't do it much. Or when she does, like they raise hell. I mean, sometimes I have to stop in the middle of a live and go feed them because Henry starts knocking stuff over until he's fed. He'll literally just keep knocking things over and waking my mom up until someone feeds him. He's a smart cat. He knows that's going to get her attention. He gets pissed if he's not fed when he wants to be. So it'll be crash, crash, crash. It's insane.
Yep, mine will start climbing onto my action figures and knocking them over.
No, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh wow, golden child. My orange tabby is 22 pounds. His name is Chunk. I like the name. That's cute. That's cute. 22. Damn, that's a big cat. Like from the Goonies. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. So I've seen pictures of gigantic cats like that absolutely amaze me. Like I think that a Maine Coon cat can get huge. There's some that are unbelievably big.
No, these are real live cats, right? That are this size, not like some sort of like taxidermy creation, like a turducken, but with cats.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah, that's wild. Anyway, yeah. So we were gonna be talking about David's picture that we got off track here. Let me pull it up. Dieter sent it to me, and let's see. I just have to pull it up. This is so cool. Somebody drew all over this map. I've never seen this before. Let's see. Let's check this out. Downloading it. This cave painting really tells a story. I truly think that, and just waiting for it to download. Yeah, because and some people think it tells a story from left to right, possibly, like the way every cycle starts, the way it ends. At the end of it is an infinity symbol, so that kind of makes sense, because that it means it starts all over again. It's a clue that the monsters are immortal, and the Jade and Tabitha, they get reincarnated again. Now, why won't this let me? I saved it, and it won't let me share it or find it on my Chromebook, and I don't know why. Maybe if I share my entire screen. Yeah, I'll just share my. No, it won't let me do that. The heck? Oh, here it is. I found it. There it is. Okay, so this is cool. I've never seen this before. This is fascinating. And by the way, thank you everybody that's watching. I normally would have said this sooner. Got so distracted by Doug's stories, but I truly appreciate everybody that showed up. I know From is the #1 topic to discuss right now. And I'm into Severance too, but I can't quit From. I'm a year-round Fromaholic, I guess. So I appreciate everybody that shows up, and please hit the like button if you haven't already. I'd really appreciate it. It helps with the algorithm if you hit the like. So, oh, you did that, David? Oh, wow. David, that is so cool. And yes, Dieter just put Miss J's reviews, YouTube channel. No, wait, is it her channel or is it Mr. Grant Gregory? Oh, it's hers. Yeah. Please subscribe to Miss J's reviews channel. She covers. She and Mr. Grant Gregory have been covering Severance. They've also covered From when From was on. So, yeah, definitely check out their channel. And let's see. Oh, no problem. No problem, Miss J's reviews. Happy to do it. So anyway, and night, Amy. If you're leaving, I can't quite tell in the chat, but good night if you are. This is so interesting. So let me take a look at this. Let me take a closer look. I'm gonna make this bigger so I can actually see it. So so the fallen tree. There's a drawing here of a fallen tree, and then what looks like, well, these look like runes, but they also could be trees. I'm not sure, and maybe boats. I've always thought boats, and then this is interesting. So this could be season 1, season 2, season 3, season 4, and season 5, and then there's this. Oh wow, so you've got this mapped out like piano keys, because they do look like piano keys. So there's the symbol, and there are 7 slabs where the children were sacrificed, and then there are, let's see, there are 10, I think there are 10 white stick figures here, and I believe those are the representative of the people who sacrificed the children. And those, you could say those are like piano keys, because like the way that they're set up, they're white, the slabs are black, and now we know that music basically unlocked, that song based on the numbers in the bottle trees unlocked Tabitha and Jade's memory. So I definitely think that this is what they were going for by putting the slabs here in black, and there are 10 white stick figures, and David here filled it in like piano keys, and he's got it mapped out with the notes of a scale here, starting with C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E there, and then the so it's like piano, and the slabs are like the sharp notes, like the sharp keys. So he's got that mapped out, and then the people up here, there are always 2 people that we see progressing across this mural, and those are definitely representative of Tabitha and Jade. So they're up there separate from everybody else because they didn't participate in the sacrifice. I'm sure that's why they're isolated. This thing in the middle, I'm convinced, is representative of the rebirth of the monsters. When they do die, they come back. It's probably happened before, I would think, but at any rate, it happened in season 3, and so for season 1, this makes sense. It starts with the fallen tree. Season 2, we had the discovery of Jade finding the area. He had that vision of the slabs and the roots above his head, forming the symbol. That was season 2. Season 3, we had the rebirth ritual with Smiley, so that makes sense. And then over here, he's got this filled in like it's the shape of a dragon. That's super interesting. I gotta go back to the chat to see what David is saying here, but I wanted to make it bigger so I could actually see it first. Up here, there are all these white lines that there are 4 of them on one side and then 7 on the other. Of course, 4 and 7. The show loves its 4s and 7s. And they look a lot like birds in the drawing, but then they could form the shapes of teeth like he's got them here. And this thing, I never knew what the hell this is, but yeah, that could be an eye. There's this shape right here that could easily be an eye. And then yeah, the Jade and Tabitha again, I'm sure. And let me see. I'm gonna check, see if David has said anything in the chat. This is so interesting. Okay. Sorry, my Chromebook is so slow. It's okay. Now it's back. There we go.
This is
So-
fascinating. I love this.
Yeah, isn't this cool? This is so cool. Yeah. Yeah. And like Dieter said, David, if you want to come on and talk, you can come on and talk too. Just let me know if you'd like to. So we see they arrive at the fallen tree / fall equinox. Season 3 ends with Smiley. Season 4 has the dragon Draco, who takes up 1/3 of the painting and 1/3 of the stars in the sky. Season 4 is when shit gets real. They did say shit's gonna get real. I heard the creators saying that like shit's getting real now. Yeah. Yeah, so those are the boats on the left. Yep, and those look like keyboard notes. 7 black keys, 10 white keys, and the 2 looking down, Tabitha and Jade. Yep, I thought so. There are 2 people in 3 pivotal moments. That is so cool. That is so cool. Yeah. So you're thinking like, now, do we think the dragon is symbolic of something, or are you thinking like a literal dragon that's going to be on the show? I'm wondering, or is it a symbolic thing? Because this thing that we thought looked like a red squid monster turned out to be symbolic. At least I'm pretty sure it is. They haven't told us. Like Jeff and John did an interview, and they were asked, and they said, "Oh, I know people are theorizing about that, so we're not going to answer." But come on, that thing is definitely Smiley's rebirth. It has to be, as far as I'm concerned. It if you look at them side by side, it's definitely Smiley's rebirth. So that red squid monster was a symbolic thing, rather than something literal, like a literal monster. So is the dragon symbolic too? Is that going to be... David says they said season 4 is when shit gets real. Then I think the house and red figures are the massacre. Then we have the return home. The figures also change. Yeah. Because there are red. You're right. There are red figures in the original painting. And I wondered what that could possibly mean. I never talked on YouTube. No pressure, David. But you're welcome to, if you'd like to. You're welcome to. But no worries. You can explain stuff in the chat and I'll read it. I'm happy to do that because this is super interesting. So let me look at it again so I can get a closer look. There are so you've got, let's see, bare feet down here, and wait, why can't I? Oh, okay. Smiley rebirth, winter solstice, and then over here there's wait, you probably can't see what I'm pointing to. I can't tell if, I don't know if you can see my cursor. Maybe not. But to the right of the dragon, there's what looks like a white house. I always thought that looked like a house, and then little red figures. So I don't know. I've always wondered, like, what does that mean? It's probably something we have yet to see. And then we've got the two white people, like the not white people, but white stick figures, Tabitha and Jade again at the end, and then that infinity symbol. And I hope that doesn't mean that there's no way they can break it. At the end of it, it's just going to be going on and on forever. That would suck. It says sun's sine wave or sin. Okay. Let's see. So David said, remember that the dragon that was behind Julie. It could be symbolic of the ego. Joseph Campbell said the real dragon is within the ego. Yeah, that thing in the mural, right? Not the mural, the tapestry. The tapestry that Ellis drew. I always thought that was symbolic for sure. Yeah, so I agree. I think that's symbolic and yeah, so yeah, maybe it's symbolic of the ego. The real dragon is within the ego. We have Draco with Ursa Minor, the dragon and bear's feet. They circumvent the North Pole like the beast circling the village, and Christy getting her foot stuck in a bear trap. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. I like it, David. So interesting.
Can we get David on to talk about it? It doesn't matter if your mic isn't fantastic.
Yeah, David, if you, I know you haven't talked on YouTube, but you're welcome to. You're welcome to. But again, no pressure. No pressure. We can just read your comments as well. I've been looking out for that dragon behind Julie. I thought it was a snake, says Martin. Yeah, I always thought it looked like some kind of giant lizard. A dragon makes more sense to me than a lizard, though. It looked like some kind of reptile. Like that's what I thought it looked like. And the red figure has evil black hair behind it, so I thought it was Kimono Lady. Oh, on the wall? Before spring there is the lamb's blood and the Passover when King Herod wants to kill every child. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of mythology and different cultural stories that have made their way into From that are definitely influences on it. I can totally see that. The word sin derives from sine wave, negative angles of light, fallen angels, fall angles of light, less photosynthesis. Okay. Interesting, David. Interesting stuff. Yeah. I've never been able to make much sense out of what's on the right side of this cave mural. So I like this. Yeah. Because I couldn't figure out what what this thing is. There's like a little shape here, and then what looks like a bunch of birds, but they can't be crows because they're white, and they're just kind of up there. So I've never been able to make sense of that or what's over here. And then there's like something that kind of looks like crops growing over here, like black. Wait a minute. Why is my cursor in the wrong place? That's so weird. There's like there's this area with like black lines. It kind of reminds me of tire tracks and looks like crops are growing out of it. And then near the end, I mean, obviously I understand the infinity symbol. That part is obvious, but it definitely tells a story. Yeah. Amy, that's not true, Amy. You're good at talking. You've been on panel with us before and you've done a great job, so don't underestimate yourself. And nah. Yeah, see, I I used to think I'd never be able to do anything like this at all, and look, I'm live streaming all the time now, never shutting up. So, you know,
It gets
never
easier too.
it gets easier with time. Yep.
Mhm.
And the
And
only way that you get that experience is by doing it. Sorry, what?
I have a confession. I almost fainted during the first one with Doug that I was on until
Oh,
I was in the second series of questions, and then I felt good. And I started feeling comfortable. But before that, I I was like seeing like a fog. I thought I was going to pass out. I was terrified.
oh, I, I, I feel so bad. No, that
No, no, that was just my reaction to I wasn't used to this sort of thing. Like I've talked to celebrities before, but it was while I was, dealing with telling them, oh, the presidential suite isn't available and stuff like that. But that's a totally different, totally different thing.
yeah.
But now,
Well,
now I feel a lot more comfortable.
well, you did an awesome job, and I couldn't tell like what was going on at all. So like you covered it well, and you handled yourself eh, terrifically. I mean, and it couldn't have been easy not having much experience, even just being on a live stream, and then all of a sudden you're on a live stream with an actor, a special guest. So that took a lot of courage. So you did a great job, really. Like,
Oh, thank you. I think though that we did lose an opportunity there because it would have been a very eventful stream. A lot of people probably would have watched it more if I had fainted during while trying to question Doug. If I just fell backwards, full costume, flop. But then, of course, you would have had people trying to, get the 911 to me or something. But yeah. Anyway, that would have been an event. So we missed an opportunity there.
oh, I'm thankful that didn't happen for your
Yeah, me
sake.
too.
I'm glad. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, you hide your nerves well, and you're with friends here, so you have nothing to worry about. And uh, I know it's easier said than done, though. Like you're gonna be nervous until you have more experience. It's normal. And the only way you can get that experience is just by doing it, and you're doing a terrific job. So,
I'm imagining the paramedics finding me passed out alone in my house, dressed up like that.
oh God, yeah, jeez. I I've never, I actually I almost passed out during an anxiety attack once. But I didn't. I thought I was gonna pass out. But it's scary that like I landed on the floor, and yeah, let's like it's a I don't even want to get into that because that caused all kinds of problems. But yeah, I totally understand that anxiety. I totally like I told that story about the stage fright I had. I wanted to run off the stage when I screwed up my piano recital. I was mortified. It was horrible. I just panicked. So I
I've,
get
I've panicked and
stage
screwed up on
fright.
stage before too.
Oh really?
Yeah, it was my first gig. It was when I was singing and playing baritone ukulele on street corners. Some college kids invited me to go and play. No, it wasn't. They weren't college kids. They were high school kids at some environmental event, and I had no idea what the event was about. And I learned some song that had kind of an environmental theme to it, like within a couple of days. But it was I wasn't very good at it, and I screwed up and forgot the lyrics live on stage, and then had to try to improvise. It was
Oh
embarrassing,
no.
but everyone loved it anyway, it seemed, so it went fine.
Oh no. It's just awful. Yeah. I you know, I'll never forget my experience being just mortified like that. That must have been awful. in the moment, you know, it just feels like the end of the world, and then you realize, you know, it's really not that big a deal. You're human, you make mistakes, and people are, you know, people understand that and aren't gonna, you know, judge you for it, but it's difficult in the moment. to deal with.
Thankfully, I think I got to play 2 other songs before that, so at least there was that.
Mm.
I got through those okay.
At least you did that, yeah.
Right.
And I didn't run off the stage when I froze. The weird thing is, I was performing 2 songs on the piano, and there was one that I knew backwards and forwards. It was from the Nutcracker, actually. The one that I knew backwards and forwards was from the Nutcracker. I think it might have been. It wasn't Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairies. It was something else, but that one I was so comfortable with. I knew it by heart easily. And then my second song was by Mozart, and that's the one I was worried about screwing up because it was much more technically challenging. And ironically, I screwed up the Nutcracker one, the one that I knew backwards and forwards. I just blanked right in the middle of it, and once I lost my place, the like what do they call that type of memory, like
You lose the
your
tempo.
and like but like this there's this memory that in your hands, like your hands have this there's a certain term for it.
Coordination?
Muscle
memory?
memory.
What
Jinx.
Scarlet?
Thanks.
Muscle
Oh,
memory.
shoot.
We said it at the same time. Muscle memory.
Muscle memory. Once I screwed up that one note in the song, the muscle memory was shot. I was relying on muscle memory for that, and I could not find my place again. And I tried starting over from the beginning, but I was so humiliated I couldn't continue with that song. So I finally just paused for a second, and instead of running off stage, I started the next song, and I played that one start to finish just fine. And that's the one I was worried about the most. So I mean, it could have been worse. At least I played the second song, the more challenging one, the Mozart one, from start to finish. But I was so mortified. I never wanted to play piano again after that. And honestly, I didn't play it much after that. It just kind of sucks.
Oh.
I let it ruin it for me. That I was in high school, and I was only like 15 or 14, and I loved playing piano. I wish I hadn't let that one experience ruin it for me. It's a shame. Anyway. So what was I gonna say? David, so Scarlet, we've been looking at this picture. David did this himself. He actually drew all of this on the cave mural. It's really cool.
Yeah, I was looking at it while you guys were talking.
Yeah. So he thinks that this tells the story from left to right each season. And like we were talking about last time, the slabs kind of look like they could be like the black keys, the sharp keys on a piano, and then the parents sacrificing their kids could be like the white keys, 10 of them, and then there's Jade and Tabitha, and then of course Smiley's rebirth in season 3, and then this one, this is where he could see the outline of a dragon over here, so that's cool. I'm assuming he's saying symbolic, like the Smiley rebirth was symbolic. I think that's what he meant, not a literal dragon showing up.
Well, there are pictures of dragons that children have drawn and from.
Yeah, that thing on the tapestry kind of looks like a dragon, doesn't it? Yeah,
perhaps.
Draco is also the red dragon pursuing the woman clothed in the sun. He wants to devour her child, which is why Archangel Michael / Eldrin / Kimono Lady had to whisk her away and feed her, keep her safe. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, that would make sense as to why Fatima and Ellis are on that tapestry with that thing that looks like a dragon. And so I could see that being symbolic. The Archangel Elgin represents a constellation that appears when the sun leaves Virgo. That's cool. That's why I'm committed to say Elgin was right, and why I think Boyd became the tyrant and Sarah became the sadist when they tortured him. Oh wow, there's a unique take. I haven't heard of that
Mhm.
before. Interesting stuff. Yeah. So yeah, and I was saying before, like, I think that, you know, maybe this could represent something other than what's obvious here, because I've never been able to understand what this little black thing is, and then what looks like white birds above it, when the only birds we've seen in there are crows. So, you know, maybe it is like more like the shape of a dragon or the outline of a dragon. So that's cool. And of course, you know, Jade and Tabitha keep popping up at key moments in the story from left to right. That's definitely Jade and Tabitha, those two. And I don't know what this house is on the right side. This little white house. I don't know. I wonder what that's supposed to be.
I want to know what bare feet is. Bare feet?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Yeah. David said something about that earlier. Wait, what was it? David said the cave painting is a version of the hero's journey as well. The key plot points the directors said were already laid in stone. Yeah, I can totally see that. And there are a bunch of little red people too. I always wonder what those red stick figure people are on the cave painting. Yeah, I don't know what the bear thing is about, David. Maybe you can explain what that is. It says bear. Oh, maybe that's representing when Christy got her leg caught in a bear trap. Although that's under season 4 here.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah. So, other thoughts on season 1? The stuff that I mean, obviously the biggest takeaway that I've gotten is it all started with you, Scarlet, which is maybe Ethan becomes the man in yellow. I mean, I keep coming back to that as like the biggest thing that I've picked up from rewatching season 1, that possibly that could happen.
He could be tied up in this red dragon.
Yeah, maybe. You know, I think that we uncovered a lot of potential foreshadowing. Now, who knows? Maybe it's foreshadowing of something else. Ethan could be, at the very least, I think Ethan is central to the story in some way. There's too much of Ethan walking around with his quest stick, knowing how the story works so well, and he still even though he doesn't have his quest stick anymore, he still knows how everything works. So either he's becoming the man in yellow, or he somehow holds the key. Maybe he's manifesting things like a kid manifesting things out of a story, like we were talking about. Children's imaginations could be manifesting things for real in a real place, like that. Not that it's fake. Don't want to make that give that impression, because I don't think it's fake. I hope not. If it winds up being just a story Ethan made up at the end of the series, that would suck. I hate that. Find out it was all in his head. But I doubt it. But I definitely think he's central to, the way things are going to turn out. And if they do a time jump, then they can preserve that, and they won't have to go off the rails and screw it up by writing him off the show or something. And I think they can do it. I think they could do a time jump and keep him as central and important to the show as I think season 1 established him to be. I hear one of the cats making loud noises, so I might have to go feed them in a minute. I don't know. They're going to start knocking stuff over.
Have you ever persuaded David to come on here and talk about a series?
No, we asked him, but he's not comfortable doing it. He's never.
That's a bummer.
Yeah, he hasn't talked on YouTube, so
Yeah,
yeah,
that's fine.
yeah, it's okay. The
Wait,
Seven
other
Rays
people
of
can
Light,
hear us?
huh? What
Other people can hear us?
Yeah, this is being broadcasted, Doc.
Oh,
Yeah.
crap.
Yeah,
Have you given away
yeah.
any secrets?
Too many.
Technically, anybody in the world could pop on and listen to us right now.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy when you think about that. Like, literally anybody. This is public. So, um, I've been tagging Harold when I tweet about these lives. Just not just this, but also videos. Like I just tend to tag Harold naturally. And this week, all week long, I was tweeting, telling people in detail how to vote for Harold for the NAACP Image Award Outstanding Lead Actor. And so he started retweeting me. He retweeted me 3 times this week with those instructions. I was reminding people like, okay, it's very confusing on this website. This is what you need to do. Make sure you do this so your vote counts. And he retweeted me 3 times, which is crazy. And so one of the posts had 2,400 views when I last looked, because that's the power of Twitter. That's the amazing thing about it. I have only 77 followers, I think. And all it takes is the right hashtags. And then if somebody retweets you, boom, you got thousands of views. So that was cool.
Oh, I've had that go the wrong way on Twitter before.
Oh, no.
Yeah, DocKaiju. There was a big attempt to cancel DocKaiju because I made a controversial comment about I did it bad and learned some lessons about gatekeeping in the Godzilla community and period. Yeah, I said, and I don't agree with it anymore, that if you have seen more, and at the time there were only 3 American Godzilla movies out. And I said, if you have seen more American Godzilla movies than Japanese Godzilla movies, then you're not a true Godzilla fan. And I was really just trying to like troll, and oh my God, did it go bad. And just, yeah. But if people were like trying to cancel me and stuff, and I just kind of like, I took a break for like, I think like, no, I don't even think I took a break. I think I just kept going, and it was just like, fine, people forget about it. And then sometimes people bring it up later, like jokingly, oh, this makes up for that stupid crap you said a year ago. And like, yeah, I'm sorry about that. I apologize a bunch of times. I'm sorry again.
Oh, no.
I'll make sure I bring that up a year from now.
That sucks. Yeah, that you're right though. There's always the danger that you could screw up and say the wrong thing, and then they try to cancel you. And the crazy thing is, if you're a celebrity, you really have to watch it, because now what people will do, like these armchair detectives, they'll dig into your tweet history like 10, 15 years back and dig up something stupid you said that long ago and try to use it to cancel you as a celebrity. Like,
I have the solution to that. You just keep saying things that offend people, so they can't dig other things up.
Okay, yes, that's what you do. Yeah.
My solution was just not to use social media, but I can see your point.
I've literally seen that done. Actually, I've seen that done. You just keep burying your own terrible stories with new ones, and then people get so overwhelmed and desensitized to it all that they don't even care anymore, and can't even remember all the controversial things you said.
I said that in that way jokingly, but it can actually be done gracefully. I'm kind of obsessed with this director, producer, writer, creator, Charles Band, and musician. Really, I'm obsessed with his whole family. Richard Band is one of my favorite soundtrack composers. That's his brother. his father, Alan, was also a brilliant director. But anyway, shoot, I lost my train of thought.
The first Godzilla movie was the best.
Yeah, first Godzilla movie was probably the best.
Yeah. Had the best metaphors in it anyway. Oh,
Thank
by
you.
the way, Julie, I did
Yeah.
vote. I did vote. I voted for Harold and I voted for a whole
Me
lot
too.
of other people.
Good. Good. Yay. I'm glad. I did too, of course, and I meant to demonstrate how to do it again on our Wednesday live, but I think it was actually better that I demonstrated how to do it on our Severance live because that drew the most people because
Mhm.
it's currently airing and the chat was full of From fans anyway. So yeah, hopefully I mean, I honestly feel like I made an impact because he retweeted me 3 times with my clear instructions I was giving, and Harold is not an egotistical guy, so he wasn't going to get on Twitter and beg people to vote for him every day and give instructions, but he could reach. I basically stepped in and did it for him, and he retweeted me. So I hope I helped. I hope I helped. Give this man his flowers. He deserves it. You know, he really does. And the other thing I was going to say, which I had forgotten about a few minutes ago, because I did all that, and he retweeted me 3 times. He actually so I've been tagging him for a long time in various things, and once in a blue moon maybe he'd like it. He probably gets tagged a lot. I don't expect him to respond or anything, like to like my tweet, but I think I got his attention with all this campaigning to get people to vote for him, because then when I tweeted about our Wednesday night live stream, he liked it. He never did that before, so that was cool. I got his attention. I finally did it. I've been trying for a while, and I'm sure he gets loads of people tweeting at him or tagging him, but yeah, now I got his attention, and he liked like everything that I posted about him or from this week. He liked all of it. My comments, my tweets. He liked everything, and in one of them I said I'm going to tag everyone in my Discord and show and tell them how to do it, and he liked that too. That was just a comment on something, so that was cool. I just wanted to help however I can, and anyway, so yeah, getting back to this, yeah, Martin here said, "Don't tell me a dragon has entered the debate of who dragged the tent." And now we got spider, bear, dragon, and man in yellow. I'm only joking. That's great, Martin. That's great. Yeah, I think it's metaphorical. I do think it's metaphorical, yeah. That's cool. Hopefully Harold wins. He deserves it, you know? He deserves that recognition. The NAACP Image Awards are a big deal. That's a big deal, yeah. That's cool. Oh, Amy, that would be great. You're gonna meet the cast one day. I should be so lucky. Even much bigger channels like Tony, you know, even it doesn't matter how big you are, it can get very difficult to get certain cast members, and almost nobody gets Harold. But I can dream, maybe someday. But yeah. Well, I mean, earlier, Doug, when somebody asked Doug if Liz and Cliff if you could ask Liz and Cliff to join, I didn't expect him to actually say he'd mention it to them, but he said he'd mention it to them. So hey, maybe Cliff might join a live sometime soon. That would be cool. I'd like to talk to Cliff. That would be amazing. And I want to try reaching out to some of the monsters or nightmare creatures. Maybe some of the background people. Who knows? Who knows what could happen? We want our spider bear dragon. Hey, Bill, chill. Yeah. Now Liz Saunders might not. I mean, Liz Saunders is probably pretty busy, but he said Cliff might just join if he said he'd mention it to them. So hey, it's a possibility. Maybe we could get Cliff Saunders on here. He's such a nice guy too. I talked to him when he was on Tony's stream. I called in. Yeah. Harold deserves it so much. He's been absolutely flawless from day one. If anything happened to Boyd, it would affect me the most. Me too, Martin. Me too. So yeah, so I mean, I was just thinking back, like, is there anything else that we didn't really go over in enough detail about the finale? I mean, this cave painting, obviously. I mean, I'm still baffled by certain things about it. I'm gonna try and pull up my photos of everything. Somewhere I managed to find a decent image of it. I'm gonna pull it up. Like just a regular one. It was BK who was in here earlier as Paul Miss Shelby. He sent it to me, and I think somebody stitched together, like, we didn't get a clear shot, but somebody stitched together like one side of the mural and then another side that Victor was in the middle of or something. And then there are art department photos that I haven't been able to find. Jeremy has an amazing one. I got to see if I can get a hold of him, because Jeremy has an amazing photo and I want to know where he got it from of the cave painting. And I think the art department released it, but I don't know where to find it. I heard it was on Vimeo, but I looked and I don't see anything on Vimeo. So yeah, I would love to get a hold of that, because you can actually see everything really clearly. And I'm going to pull up a picture, but you can't, it's not as vibrant as the one Jeremy uses. Where is it? Is this it? Nope, that's not it. Wait a minute. Yeah, no, I found it. Hang on. Yeah, here we go. So this is not as good as Jeremy's, and it's not that easy to see parts of it, but this is the best one I could get a hold of. And yeah, it looks like boats going down what looks like a river, I think. I'm pretty sure it's a river because there are lines along the left, and I mean, along, not the left, but like along the sides. There are two lines. So it looks like people in boats on a river, and then these look like trees, but of course they also are runes, like the runes on the talisman. And there's a map that was revealed in the Peach Truck in season 3 that was loaded with trees. If you look close, they're actually these runes. So I'm pretty sure this is people arriving to Fromville on a river, like maybe the original settlers. And there's something going across, but you can't see it that well. And I think it's like the fallen tree. So maybe there was a fallen tree across a river. And there's, of course, there's the symbol and the parents sacrificing the children with the slabs, and Jade and Tabitha. You can't see that well, but they're up near the top of that. There's the rebirth of Smiley, which I think has probably happened before with other monsters. And this one, this is really hard to see. You can't see this. This isn't actually that great quality, but there's this thing that could be the dragon's eye. And this would be, so like these white things up here would be the teeth, like David drew. Instead of birds, they would be like the dragon's teeth. That would be the dragon's eye. And yeah, this is very overexposed, so it's hard to see. And you also can't see the end of it. Part of it is cut off. But there's a house here and various shapes around it, and it's very hard to see, but there are red stick figures down here. I have no idea what that could mean. There are red stick figures and what look like lines of crops growing and a bunch of red stick people around it. So I have no idea what that means. And there's some reason why the big bad did not want anybody looking at this. So all this stuff must be important, including the stuff on the right. And I definitely think they're going to be telling us this in chronological order. Like, you know, season 1 was arrival of the Matthews and the fallen tree, and that's kind of like this, except not on boats. Season 2, Jade had the vision with the slabs and saw the symbol in the roots. Season 3, we saw the rebirth of Smiley, which is clearly this. And maybe season 4, we'll see something that will make sense of any of the stuff to the right. And meanwhile, Jade and Tabitha figures are like popping up to, you know, left and right, and you can't see it because it's cut off, but there's also an infinity symbol to the right. Maybe it's in this one. Yeah, this one here. You can see it better. So yeah, I could see that's a dragon. That could be a dragon. Oh my god, I can't unsee it now. Holy shit, yeah. Even without David's drawing on it, I can totally see that now. Wow, yeah. Yeah, so this is the eye. This is the head right here. These white things are the teeth. And its neck comes down like this. And this is the other side of his neck.
Yeah.
You see it?
Yeah. I can see it.
It looks like a dragon. Yeah.
Well, I was telling you, like, you probably haven't gotten to my DM, but like on Severance, they had that picture of Kier that's on the TV, and somebody said that he's looking out onto lakes and land that looks like Michigan, that's laid flat. Like you would take the mitten and just lay it flat, and now I can't see that either.
Oh wow, yeah. I didn't get a chance to read any DMs today. Interesting.
Yeah, I'll never be able to unsee that, and I'm not going to be able to unsee this.
Yeah.
Because now I see a dragon.
Yeah. I just took a screenshot of it so I can sharpen the image too. But I can't, like, it's so clear to me now. I cannot unsee that dragon. So yeah, I think it definitely is going to symbolize something. We probably won't see a literal dragon, but I think it symbolizes something that, let me see. I'm sharpening the image so you can see it better. What do you think those red stick figures could mean? Like, why are they red?
I don't know.
Like, I
It's a
can't
weird
imagine.
echo.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm delayed because I can hear myself echo.
Oh, okay. Maybe a slight delay. I don't know. But yeah,
The
I don't
dark
know.
harvest? The red harvest.
Yeah. Maybe it has something to do with the harvest of crops. But yeah, I think that a lot of it won't make sense until we see more, like we see the next season. Yeah, I just sharpened the image. I took a screenshot of it and sharpened it, and you can really see it. That's cool. Yeah. I'll see if I can share it, but any other thoughts, Scarlett, on, like, you know, overall thoughts on season 1 after we finished this rewatch?
I didn't think that Ethan wore as much yellow as he does.
Yeah.
I didn't think there'd be so much foreshadowing of Jim's demise.
Yeah, I didn't either. I did not expect that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and like now that we've seen certain plot points play out, rewatches are just so fruitful in what you can find, because now we see the clues that they were planting all along, that just we wouldn't have known, we wouldn't have thought anything of it at the time. Like Julie saying the monster's claws went too deep on the RV, and then the sun's shining right on Jim's neck, like you pointed out. Like that wouldn't have meant anything at the time, but now you look back and that was foreshadowing. And Ethan saying bring him back, Julie, bring him back, that was foreshadowing that she was going to go story walking and trying to bring her dad back from the dead. It's genius.
Or the claws went in too deep. The claws went in too deep.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing now, knowing what we know now, looking back at the way they designed certain plot points from the beginning. And like, okay, I just finished sharpening the image. You can really see it well in this one. It's that's so looks like a dragon with teeth. Yeah. I'm sold on that one. That's awesome. And I thought I had really already analyzed this cave painting to death and seen all there is to see of it, but I never saw that before. That's cool. That's really cool. Anyway, yeah, the amount of foreshadowing we discovered just makes me appreciate the genius of the show all the more. Tabitha and Jade, the foreshadowing of them as the two Chromonockles, finding their, I mean, first of all, when they get to town, they were knocked unconscious, both of them, and they both looked dead, which was foreshadowing the fact that they died and came back over and over again. Tabitha, looked dead in the RV. Jim was reaching for her, but he could never get to her, no matter how much he tried. He couldn't reach her. And like, what else? That just foreshadowed the fact that Jim was doomed from the start. He was never going to be able to fully connect with Tabitha, because she was destined for other things. She was destined to be reunited with Jade again and again and try to fix this, whatever it is that they're supposed to fix, this mission of saving the children, whatever that means. So you had imagery of Jim reaching for her in the RV while she was unconscious. It's the foreshadowing was so vivid, it just smacked me in the face watching it. It was amazing. Made me appreciate the genius of the show more than ever, looking back on it now. She's basically Jade's soulmate. It doesn't mean they're going to be romantically together, but the two of them have been brought back over and over, and Jim, there was nothing Jim could have done differently. He was screwed from the start. She was always going to be just out of his reach as he reached for her in the RV while she lay unconscious. Scene after scene, they showed him doing that, and nobody can tell me that wasn't intentional. It was brilliant. And Jade fell and hit his head on a rock, got knocked unconscious on his way up to Colony House. That was foreshadowing, again, that he died and came back over and over again. He looked dead too. And then they both wake up, they both come to, and it's symbolic of them being reborn again into this place for who knows how many times it's been. But Jim, Jim's death was foreshadowed multiple times, starting in the very first episode. Again, Julie's story walking definitely was foreshadowed with the Julie bringing back from Ethan. And then honestly, I really don't think that it's a reach looking back now after having watched the entire first season again, I don't think it's a reach to say Ethan could be the man in yellow. There were just way too many scenes of him wearing all different yellow outfits, carrying dirt up from the basement, getting dirt all over himself, kind of like the man in yellow's dirty suit, you know, being pissed off at Jim, Sarah getting the kill the boy message on her arm, and then looking up, Ethan is sitting there in yellow, which blew my mind. That was crazy. And, you know, and I still think that imagery of Ethan standing there next to the hole with Jim there, again, that could be foreshadowing that he becomes the man in yellow, and, you know, Jim standing there with that rope right in front of his neck, like Scarlet pointed out. So it could happen. It's either that or Ethan is going to be central to all of this in the end. He is going to be the key because they put him front and center. And I think they can save that whole thing. They can save like they don't have to pull a Walt like they did on Lost and write him off the show. That would suck because clearly he's supposed to be important to the show. I think that they're going to probably do a little time jump and then we'll still be able to keep Ethan, who actually commented back to me on Instagram the other day, which was cool. He posted a new project. I've been talking about how he was so cute talking about his NDA, saying, oh, sadly, I can't discuss that because I signed a paper saying I can't say anything. And so he posted a new project a new show that he's going to be on with Lauren Graham from Gilmore Girls, I think. And I commented, is this the project that you couldn't talk about? And he said, no, but I'll DM you when I'm able to talk about it. And then he followed me on Instagram, and that was neat. He's a nice kid. He's a sweetheart. Really is. Hey, Mackie Vals. Oh, nice to see you. Yeah, good morning to you. Samuel, foreshadowing, Jade is the alabaster dragon. Well, there was that definitely looks like a dragon on the cave painting. Yeah, it's on theme. Oh, and I lost my train of thought, but I was gonna say also the foreshadowing of Jade and Tabitha as the two Chromonockles. I already picked up on that before we did this rewatch, but I zeroed in on the timing of it even more because they both basically entered the what I think is the Cavern of the Lonely Dragon, metaphorically, on the same damn episode. That's how brilliant this was planned, how brilliantly this was planned out. I remembered that they both did this and everything. I already remembered that part, but I didn't remember until we watched this again that it was the same episode. Jade and Tabitha separately both enter the storage room of the diner, and Tan Shen lets them have, well, Tan Shen gives Jade Christopher's book. Again, that's a piece of his past. That's a direct connection to his past life. So that, I think, is metaphorically his map of the rainbow sky, which will help him not be lost anymore, like Ethan is talking about in his story. And in the very same episode, Tabitha goes in the same room and finds the bracelet, which was another piece of her past life. So they each found a connection to their past lives in the same room, in the same episode. And it's like the Cavern of the Lonely Dragon. Ethan tells us, if we just listen to Ethan, we can maybe figure out this show. Just listen to Ethan. I've said it from day one. Even on my very first watch of the show, I knew Ethan was important. Right?
He needs to see it at the grown-up table.
Yes. Yeah, I've always gotten this sense, this strong sense, even on my first watch, that people need to pay attention to what he's saying. And I'm such a geek that long before I had a channel, back in March when I first watched the show, I was sitting there taking notes. For why, I don't know, just for myself, taking notes. And I wrote down everything Ethan said about quests and the Chromonacle. I just knew this had to be important. Some people wrote him off as just some annoying, like, you know, I never thought he was annoying. He's adorable. But some people were like, oh, he's just an annoying kid or whatever. Not at all. He's adorable. He's so smart. Like, I'm talking about the character, you know, and the real Simon, of course. But like, there's nothing annoying about the character to me. He's smart as hell, and he has the key to what's going on here. Listen to Ethan. Hashtag listen to Ethan. I've always
He
said
is
it.
the
Huh?
he is the least annoying out of that family. Like I
Oh
don't see
yeah,
anything annoying about him at all.
me neither. Not at all.
He's
No,
creepy.
he's getting creepy
He has
now.
this creepy
Oh
emo
yeah, he definitely
moments.
says creepy things.
Oh yeah, yeah. Um, he he's getting creepier and creepier. Jade, like, we're gonna uncover even more in season 2, and I already found something as I was looking back through the episodes for pictures for like an upcoming video. I looked at the next episode that we're going to be looking at, which is season 2, episode 1, and Jade calls him a creepy little kid. And he is, and he's wearing yellow, and he says, Jade, you know, you've got to, the thing with symbols is you've got to figure out if it's a good symbol or a bad symbol, because sometimes bad symbols can make you do bad things. And Jade just goes, you're a creepy little kid, you know that?
Hopefully he doesn't find any bad symbols and turn the man in yellow.
Right? I love that scene.
Yeah. There's something to it that could be a clue right there. Jade is the smartest guy on the show, and he's like, you're a creepy little kid. And this was before he got really creepy and dark, and he was you know, in season 3 he was like looking at a cow carcass and wondering if that's what the inside of Tan Shen looked like, and you know, saying like he doesn't think there's any way out. He's lost all hope completely. He's getting dark. So yeah, and he knows what's going on. So, like, he literally told us. He told us what the Cavern of the Lonely Dragon on the show is. We just listened to him, and it was the storage room. They walked in there, and he gave us the answer right there. He and his mom walked in, and he said, "It's like the Cavern of the Lonely Dragon. It was full of stuff nobody wanted, but to the Lonely Dragon, all of it was treasure." And the Chromonacle found a map of the rainbow sky, and then she wasn't lost anymore. So maybe we'll find a map in here. 2 seconds later, Tabitha finds the bracelet. I mean, it couldn't be any more obvious to me what the symbolism is supposed to be here. It doesn't have to be a literal map. It just has to be something that helps her find her way. And that bracelet sure did. That bracelet was a piece of her past life, and the key to unlocking what she needs to do, her mission in all of this, is remembering. That the first step is remembering her past lives, which she just did. The bracelet started all of it. She didn't even have any interest in digging that hole until she found the bracelet. But all of a sudden, it was like she was possessed because she had a connection to her past life. I really think that kind of took her over when she found that. All of a sudden, she goes in the basement and she's digging, you know, smashing a hole in the wall, finding where the wires go. Jim had pointed that out that morning, that the wires don't have, the cords don't have wires in them. And she just was like, okay, you know, she didn't have any kind of reaction like that. She found the bracelet, went home, and was digging in the basement like a mad woman. And it was that piece of her past life that did it. It was her map of the rainbow sky. She digs the hole. She sees the first Ankui kid, which is another connection to her past. One of those children was hers. Not that one, but one of them was. And then when she leaves the cave, she starts seeing them in increasing numbers. She talks to Victor. He tells her about his mother going to the tower. She leaves through the tower. She meets her past husband, connects to her past life through seeing all these paintings. And it all started with finding that bracelet that was her map of the rainbow sky. And that never clicked to me, that part, until we did this rewatch. I knew that storage room was like the Cavern of the Lonely Dragon, and Tian was the Lonely Dragon, in my opinion, but it didn't click to me that the bracelet was like her map. And that's because the events of season 3 hadn't happened yet. We hadn't seen how things progressed, and ultimately that started a chain reaction of events that led to her remembering her past lives. So she's not lost anymore, metaphorically. And it's the same with Jade. It started when he found that book of symbols that belonged to Christopher. And he started obsessing over the thing and going down a rabbit hole with that. And ultimately, that whole thing culminated with him remembering his past lives, too. So everybody should rewatch this show from the beginning and start immediately after the season ends, like we did, when it's fresh in your mind, and then you pick up all these new insights that you never noticed before. It's amazing. And after season 4, I imagine it's going to be the same thing. We'll watch again and we'll find more new things. But, I mean, right now, all we can do is speculate on what else could be foreshadowing. Maybe since they foreshadowed certain things, and we can now confirm that it's accurate, the reincarnation, the cave drawing foreshadowed Smiley's rebirth with that picture of the squid monster looking thing. Jim's death, Julie's story walking. Those are all like 100% foreshadowed. So we have to wonder, okay, is anything else foreshadowed? Is the Ethan stuff foreshadowing something to do with Ethan's journey? I think so. It's either that he's going to be at the center of a quest in the end that'll fix everything, or he's going to be the man in yellow. I think it's one or the other. Yeah, Martin, there's nothing to dislike about Ethan. Definitely. He's terrific. He's one of my favorite characters. Hey, Tony Vasquez. The episode that Jade learns about Christopher, Victor tells Jade he stopped smiling. At the end, Ethan is shown walking down the street with a very evil look on his face. Oh.
Is that when he looks at Sarah's side eye?
With who? With Sarah? I think so. Yes.
Sorry, I was eating a strawberry. But yeah, because that's my favorite look that Ethan's ever had, when he looks at Sarah and he just has this evil side eye, kind of just menacing stare on his face.
Yeah. Yeah. She's walking down the street and I think he's on his porch and he gives her this evil look. Yeah. That's a good point. Yes. Yep. And there's actually in Jeremy Ice and Fire's Discord, one of the emojis is Ethan making a mean face, and it's just called Ethan's mean mug. He's known for that. He has a nasty scowl for a sweet little kid. Yeah. Maybe it's foreshadowing that he's going to become dark. He's already darker. Martin says, Julie, have you watched Harry Potter? I've been wondering why you haven't gotten my Horcrux theories, or I don't know if I'm saying that right. No, actually, I know it's crazy. You see another thing I haven't watched. I have not watched Harry Potter. I'm like one of very few people from my generation who's never watched it or read it. I think actually I did see one. I saw the very first movie. Actually, that was it. Just the first one. So, yeah, I'd have to like Google what that means. What a Horcrux is. But yeah, I'll have to look into that, Martin.
Fair.
Were you into Harry Potter? Like, did you read any of the books, Scarlet?
Oh, hell's no. Oh, hell's
Yeah.
no. I was a little bit too old I was a little bit too old for that. I kind of
Yeah.
missed it.
It wasn't my thing. You know, I
Mhm.
watched the first movie and I wasn't into it, and I tried. Somebody got me the book and was like, "You gotta read this book," and I just was like, I tried. I read like a few pages and I couldn't do it. I'm
Yeah.
not a fantasy lover. I'm not a fantasy person.
There was a
Yeah,
Harry
that-
Potter before Harry Potter.
Lord of the
Before
Rings?
Harry Potter, the book series, there was a Harry Potter Jr. in a movie called Troll by Charles Band, and he started learning about magic and the magical world and stuff, but it wasn't anything like Harry Potter, and I don't think Harry Potter was even inspired by it, but it some people like to joke that, hey, this is the original Harry Potter.
Oh, I'd never heard of that. Okay.
I think that there was a little bit of a thing because I think they wanted to make a TV series, like an animated one at one point after the book series and movies came out for Harry Potter, based on the troll character, and call it like The Magical Adventures of Harry Potter Jr. or something like that. And I
Mm.
think that caused a little bit of controversy for a little while, but then the show didn't go forward.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I was at the right age that like I was in junior high when Harry Potter took off and the books started coming out, and I was at the perfect age for it, and most of the people around me were obsessed with it. My friend, when the new books would come out at the bookstore, my friend would be like there at midnight with her mom waiting in line to buy it. That's how popular they were. Like they'd come out at midnight and people would literally line up at the bookstore. Now that's something you don't see every day, which is cool. That's awesome, you know, for people to love books that much that they're actually doing that. But it wasn't my thing. I loved reading, but fantasy was not my thing. I didn't like Harry Potter. I didn't like Lord of the Rings at all. I hated that. I mean, I don't know.
Chronicles of Narnia. Didn't like the Chronicles of Narnia.
I love all
Actually,
of it.
actually, I liked The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. I liked that one, but then I tried to read the next one in the series, and it lost me. I couldn't do it. Like, but I really did enjoy that one. That one was good. But I'm just not. It's just you know how some things are just not. It's not your thing. It's nothing against it. It's just not my particular preference for.
I can't get into the newer magical wizarding world or whatever they call the movies. Those ones I've
Mm,
had a harder time with, but the Harry Potter ones I loved.
yeah. Uh, I mean, like you're like I think we're around the same age, Doc, and we're close to the same age, and so like that was, I mean, all the rage when we were, you know, when that was coming out. Like all the kids I knew were obsessed with it. I was like the one oddball that wasn't into it. And my uncle tried to force it on me, got me one of the books, and he said, "You're going to be hooked on it," and I couldn't even get through chapter 1. I don't know. I was a nerd. I was more into reading historical fiction. I was reading stories based in the Revolutionary War and the Civil War.
Sweet. That sounds good.
That's
Yeah.
Like
that's
what
really
ones?
cool.
Do you remember you?
My favorite author, it was like books for young adults. They were made for young adults, historical fiction. So most people wouldn't know who this is, but my favorite author was Anne Rinaldi, and I read all of her historical fiction books, all from all different periods, like the Revolutionary War and the Confederate War. I just was obsessed. It was so good. And yeah, I don't know. I was just a nerdy kid that was into that kind of stuff instead of fantasy. Yeah.
Me and my friends, we all played like Dungeons and Dragons and read fantasy books. Not all,
Oh,
but a lot of them.
like the kids on Stranger Things.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I love that show.
I love Stranger Things too.
My
Yeah.
friends were playing Vampire the Masquerade.
Really?
We played that in college.
Yeah.
That sounds fun. I don't know what that is, but whatever it is, it sounds fun. Um,
It's like live action role play, and you play vampires and werewolves and other.
Oh, I didn't play the live action one.
Oh, well, I played both.
We just played. That's really cool though. I wanted to do the live action one.
Yeah, no, played a lot of Cthulhu by Gaslight.
Wow.
Another one. Role playing game, like a role playing game like Dungeons and Dragons.
Okay. Yeah, I've never played anything like that, but watching Stranger Things, I feel like I missed out because that looks like a lot of fun. Watching those kids. Yeah. Let's see. Martin says it's the biggest theory I've gotten from there's objects or possessions that carry something special. Victor buries a lot of them. The monsters take them, so I can't explain if you haven't watched it. Well, I mean, I could just, if I do a Google, I could like read on Wikipedia what it is, so I'm sure I could probably understand it. And I understand what you're saying here. I definitely think there's a significance to special objects from each person who dies there, like even people that are still alive. Artifacts, like for Boyd, it's his boat key,
Or if you took any of those artifacts through a faraway tree, you might end up where that person was.
Yes. Right.
I believe.
Right. Like I think that's probably how Tabitha got within walking distance of Henry's house, because she had Victor's lunchbox. So, like, what are the odds? That hospital where she wound up was within walking distance of Victor's father's house. So maybe that was the lunchbox that sent her there. No. Yeah, and the fact that they took the time to show us like this had to have a point to it. That whole scene of Victor digging up that suitcase full of objects that he took off of people who died in 1978, that had to mean something. And I don't buy it that it's just to honor them. That the boy in white said, since you can't bury the bodies, take an object off of each dead body. He's a 10-year-old kid. You have to go up to each corpse and take an object off of them and bury it. There has to be another reason. Don't you think? There's got to be another reason.
I was gonna say Mr. Gerber's watch looked pretty clean for coming off of a dead body. You got like Dolores's pearl earrings.
Yeah. How do you remember these names even now? It's been months since season 3. How do you remember these people's names?
I don't know. I write, so I write stories with a bunch of characters, and you have to keep all your characters straight.
Yeah, but these are just random names of people we've never actually seen on the show, and they were only mentioned once. And I'm amazed that you remember all these.
I honor all of them. I honor all of them equally. All the red shirts are mine.
All the red shirts, even the ones who've never even appeared on screen, like Dolores and Mr. Gerber.
Yeah. Well, I remember Gerber because of baby food.
Yeah.
I didn't know that has significance.
When I start watching a show, I have trouble even remembering all the main characters' names for a while. I mean, with From, I didn't have any
I did that
issue
with
'cause I
Severance. I did that with Severance, so some of the names are so chunky.
Right.
Like Milkchick
I
is
know.
chunky. It's chunky to say. And Corbel is weird because you have to say it in a certain way that is a cobalt.
Yeah.
I'm terrible with
It has
names.
a weird stress. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, Doc.
Oh, I just said I'm terrible with names. And
Me too.
and for some reason, I tend to confuse blonde women in TV shows and movies. I don't know why, and specifically blonde women. And usually I think it's because sometimes they'll give them the same haircut or a similar haircut, and then that'll screw me up.
Was that the one that was having the conversation with you? Maybe it wasn't you, Julie, about red-haired people and how all red-haired actresses kind of look the same.
Yeah, that was me. I was about to say
I
it,
can see that.
actually. I was about to
Because
bring
you were saying like Lauren Ambrose and Yellow Jackets look like the one girl from Dark or something like that.
Yep.
Or, the young girl that plays Teen Van, looks like the girl from Dark.
Yes. That was me. I was just about to bring it up. I have a hard time telling apart a lot of redheaded women, natural redheaded women. Like there's such a strong similarity. between a lot of these women's faces, and
Because it's so recessive. It's like a very small gene pool.
I think part of it too is I think our eyes are drawn to the most vibrant part, like part of the person, and so maybe that's how we're identifying them, kind of like initially by
Mm,
their bright red hair because it's a bright color. Maybe that's
yep,
what our eyes see first and recognizes. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Maybe.
yeah.
Well, it's usually like if you have red hair, then you usually have green or blue eyes and real pale skin. It seems to be the
Yep.
Yeah.
flat line. So that's
And
only a
sometimes,
certain amount. It's mutants. I'm a big mutant because I got a lot of mutant genes. I got the blue eyes, that's a mutant gene. Got like strawberry blonde hair, that's a mutant gene. I'm a big mutant.
and
Go
sometimes
mutants.
mutants are awesome. Yeah, we love mutants. And
Well,
sometimes,
all blue-eyed people can trace their lineage to the first person who became a mutant because of the mutant gene.
really,
We're all from the
wow,
same mutant.
that's wild. That's so cool. Um, yeah, it almost makes you think there's inbreeding going on then. Um, but some of the redheads too, like
Wouldn't doubt
another,
it.
yeah.
Well, some of the
Some of
royal lines, Mary Queen Scots and all that, there are a lot of redheads. I'm just saying.
oh, oh yeah. They did a lot of inbreeding to preserve the royal line. Yeah, that screwed
Yeah.
up. Yeah. And then there are a lot of redheads, like the really pure gingers, like sometimes will have freckles too. That's another common trait. A lot of freckles in some cases. There was this kid I went to school with in elementary school. He was this nasty bully, and I think it was probably one of those things where he became a bully so he could avoid being bullied. So because he was this goofy looking kid who had the most freckles I have ever seen in my entire life on a person. Like he was one of those people where his entire body was covered in freckles. His whole face, like I've never seen anything like it. So he just became a bully and a troublemaker, probably so he wouldn't get kicked around himself. Poor kid.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember the school bus driver yelling
Oh,
at him.
I was gonna.
Yeah. What?
Oh, can I answer Mark Egan's question? Anyone knows when Yellow Jackets is coming out? Valentine's Day.
Valentine's
Yep.
Day. Yep. Easy to remember. Yes.
I'll be covering that with Jamie and Sci-Fi Vision on Sundays
Yep.
in the future.
I actually kind of have a thing for redheads.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
A lot of redheaded men look alike too. Speaking of that,
A little bit sometimes.
there's some strong similarities.
Well, a lot of
Mark
women that dyed their hair red are more aggressive women, so they're kind of like that. Kind of like Kelly and Severance, that kind of aggression, kind of
Oh yeah.
rebel,
Yep.
feisty.
Fiery. Oh yeah. Team Helly panel still on live. Mark Egan, we were not Team Helly. We're gonna hear this till the end of the season, I'm afraid.
I don't care. I stand by it. I die on that hill.
I was just looking at both sides of it. That's all. Like I was going back and forth, to be honest with you. For every episode, I would be like, okay, point for Helly, point for Helena. Point. It was like a ping pong match. Every scene, like I would find clues that pointed to each of them, to either of them. So I was on the fence. I went back and forth, but I'm just glad it's resolved because I didn't want this to be the only thing we talk about all fucking season.
Well, like you were saying, every scene that Helly comes in, then we have to spend a half hour like saying, if it's Helly, it's like this. If it's Helena, it's like this. If it's her coming in later, it's like this. If Helly's not there right now, but they switched places because of closed captioning, it might be like this. It's way too much time. I'm sure I'm gonna get a bunch of flack from it, but I stand by it, and I like covering both sides. It's fun.
It's just it caused the breakdown to take way too long. It was
5
like,
hours.
yeah, it took us 5 hours to do the breakdown, and there was like an hour of maybe greeting people before that. 5 hours. And I looked back, and it was because of the Helly versus Helena stuff, because in every single scene where she appeared, we were looking at it from both angles. Like, okay, maybe this could mean it's Helly, and maybe this could mean it's Helena. Oh
Mhm.
my God. And I'm just glad it's settled so we
Mhm.
can move on and discuss other things now. Thank God. Enough already. I mean, mole theories are fun, but it was just
Mhm.
consuming too much of the discourse. Like,
Mhm.
it's too much.
It's too long to be fair and balanced.
Yeah. I was trying to just see it from both sides, and we were calling her
Yeah.
Helena. Helena.
Helena, yeah. I'm team
Yeah.
Helena all the way.
Yeah.
All the way
And
home.
I think they deliberately made it ambiguous,
Mhm.
they did. And not as
Well,
ambiguous as we thought, but
who would think that Helena would like go on about masturbation?
I know that threw me
Actually,
Don't
off.
you think she would get some
that's
kind
what
of retribution from Lumen because of that? She's saying it from a child as well, but no retribution?
actually that seems to me like something that a rebellious kid in the family would say when when someone like the grandfather is telling some family story, and the younger kid's like, yeah, right, okay, and like goofing off about it. And so that to me actually was more of a clue.
Oh, okay. See, this is interesting because there are some scenes where people read things the complete opposite way. Something like this happened earlier. I can't remember what it was. I think it was about Severance too. And I read it the complete opposite way. And so it's interesting to hear how people interpret things differently. I heard that and I thought, that's so Helly. That in that moment it threw me. I was thinking, okay, that's a Helly thing. But then they threw me off again. It was a ping pong match again, because in the next moment, the next thing you know, she's being cruel to Irving. And at that point, I knew it had to be Helena, because Helly wouldn't, like, her whole face changed, and that's where I could really see Helena true, like in a true clear light. Like, her face got so cold when she said to Irving, I know you're just sad because you're never going to see Bert again, and you're lonely. Helly would never have said that, and her face completely changed into ice cold Helena. That's when
Yeah,
I
but see, it got weird because they had that kind of adolescent scene between her and Mark. That are they gonna kiss? Aren't they gonna kiss? And then she just like said, "Here's a tent, let's go," and the other one. So I
yeah.
wasn't quite sure. I was like, "That's strange." But I agree
Well,
with the
it seemed
person that
like
she apparently paid a lot of overtime to a lot of people so she could just bang Mark. I guess he's
Apparently.
hot, man. He's hot man meat. All the ladies love him. He's a fixer upper. Like ladies can't keep their hands off of him. All of them, all like 6 of them or whatever. All of them, they're after him. All the females in the show, except the sister.
All of them. Yeah. Maybe even Cobell. What, Doc?
when I did a rewatch of, I think it was the first or second episode, maybe both of them, I decided that Helena was definitely hot for Mark, and that's when I decided, yeah, I think that she's playing the mole because she wants to shag Mark, and yep.
Yeah. That close-up shot of her eyeball looking at the surveillance footage, watching Mark and Helly kiss, that was a giveaway. That was a strong clue, but it wasn't enough for me because they kept throwing me off with other things. It was just too much like a ping pong match for me. And it wasn't as ambiguous as they thought it was, though. Adam Scott said something that cracked me up. Who, in the featurette at the end of episode 4, Adam Scott was interviewed, and he said, nobody would ever have guessed that it was Helena. Like, Adam, have you been online? Like,
My character might die. Really, my character might die. So
mm,
scary. I don't know. The
yeah.
featurettes are kind of funny.
Yeah.
He might die. All the ladies
Yeah.
love
Like, I felt like, dude, have you been online? We did polls, and it was like 78 to 80% of people said Helena, Helena, Helena. So, I don't know. Like, that cracked me up. Yeah.
I was
Um,
almost. I think when you had that poll, I was still on the fence.
yeah. I was on the fence the whole time until that moment where she was cruel to Irving. That was then I was like, okay, that's it. I was pretty sure then. And even when Helena said to Mark, I'm ashamed of who I am on the outside. I was ashamed of who I am on the outside. Even then, I believed it was Helena because I believe Helena is ashamed. I think she meant it.
She
That
almost
Helena,
had me there when she said that. I
it.
was like, oh, maybe that is.
but I think she really meant it, and she's ashamed of what she's doing as an Egan. I think she does feel shame on some level. I believed her. It felt genuine.
I think she does. I think her experiences as an innie have been a little bit eye-opening for her. She actually seemed to react with shock to some of the things she experienced down there, and especially during this outing.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Um I was just looking through the chat here, and oh, I'm glad you checked out From, Mark. I'm a few minutes behind the chat, but nice. I'm scared of those monsters, he says.
Does that mean you like it or not like it?
I don't know.
Thumbs
He
up,
says
thumbs
that
down.
he says, and you were right, Julie, a lot of similarities between From and Severance. You can already see it. Cool. Hopefully you like it. I'm glad. Keep watching. I bet you'll enjoy it. Quick question: do you think last episode of Severance they debunked what those numbers they're working at MDR really is? When Irving was looking at them, they were turning into people. Interesting. I think I interpreted that as just a weird part of his nightmare. I don't know. Like maybe it looked like they turned into people because they're refining chips on the. I'm convinced now that they're refining data on the chips in people's heads down on the testing floor, including Miss Casey, because we saw that flash on the screen with Miss Casey's face, and it said Cold Harbor on it. It had the 5 bins on the bottom and the 4 tempers in each one, and percentages, vital signs. So I can only conclude that they're refining data on the chips in people's heads. So maybe that's why the numbers in Irving's dream formed that. Maybe, because they're chips in people's heads. That's got to be it for me. I can't imagine it could be anything else at this point. So that's what I think about that. Let me try and catch up now. I missed a bunch of stuff. No, don't worry about it, Mark. So you don't have to. We digress into Severance all the time. So don't be sorry for bringing Severance to the stream. Thanks for popping in.
Yeah,
We appreciate it.
Yeah, nice to
What?
see you.
I mean, it's only almost an hour 4, so I mean, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, we're winding down anyway. No,
I mean, it wasn't like you asked Doug Hughes a bunch of Severance questions, and he was like, "What?"
Yeah. See, that would have been off-putting, but I just wouldn't have highlighted it. That's all. No, it's fine. We digress all the time into stuff that has nothing to do with anything on From, and lately Severance, because there's a lot of overlap between the fandoms. A lot of us love both shows, so no worries at all. I just hope you didn't hear any major spoilers about From in here that we've been talking about, because we were discussing some major stuff about. I don't know if it would make that much sense when you haven't watched a lot of it though, like Chromonocles and all of that stuff. Maybe it won't click for you until you watch it. After Mark went to the break room, his Audi went on that outburst in the street. Yeah, that's a good point, David. Yeah, that was after Mark went to the break room. It was like something, yeah, like something repressed had to come out. Um, like some kind of rage about what he went through in there. It came out. It bled through to his outie, and yeah, I totally get that. You two were wilding on that Team Helly last live. We were just trying to represent the other side because it was so lopsided. We both could see evidence for Helly or Helena, but everyone in the chat was all Team Helena, so we were just saying, but wait, but look at this stuff. That's why. It wasn't like, oh no, I thought it was definitely Helly. So maybe that wasn't coming across and it was misunderstood. Because Kramanakal is convinced of this too.
Oh no, I lost the idea from a TV show. It was theory. It wasn't good. It wasn't true. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
What a disaster. Oh my god. Like
I'll never be able to live with myself.
oh no. Our reputations are just ruined forever. My god. We didn't get a prediction right. Damn. God. Shame on us.
But it was confusing, except for the computer switch. The computer switch was the only thing I thought was solid.
Yeah, her trying to find the computer switch, fumbling for it. Yeah.
Mhm.
That was a tell. Still
Mhm.
wasn't enough for me though. It wasn't
Yeah.
enough. I was back and forth like a ping pong ball. Yeah. I couldn't come down on one side or the other. So I didn't have a theory.
Well,
I mean, what, Scarlett?
I'm gonna write some funny comebacks for Monday. I already have time. I have a lot of time.
Oh God, yeah, here we
Witty
go.
comebacks.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. That's gonna be fun. Oh Jesus, we're gonna get ribbed for not being Team Helena.
It wasn't like I had a gentleman's wager on it or anything, though somebody did ask me to make a gentleman's wager, and I was like, I'm a teacher, I have no money, so I cannot make said gentleman's wager.
Yeah.
Oh, I lost anyway.
I wouldn't have been able to. I was starting to think that maybe it was Helly, but Helena would go in as Helly later. I was convinced that that was gonna happen this season, but I wasn't sure if it had happened yet. That's where I was at. But I
It
knew.
almost seems like that would make sense because they were awkward, like it might have been Helena and they were just kind of awkward kids, and here comes Helena, and she's like, let's get it on.
Yeah.
After she
Yeah.
watches, like, she gets all hot for like Mark and she can't handle it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Helena is going to be mad and upset now because she was just starting up this romance with Mark, and seeming like she's having the time of her life down there, pretending to be an innie and going on these adventures with Mark. And now all of that's over, or at least seems to be.
Yeah, it taints the whole thing. It taints that experience for them both. It sucks.
Oh yeah.
It isn't exactly what you call consensual.
Oh
No,
no.
Nope.
it's not. Yeah, it's fetid moppet behavior. Yeah, it sucks when Helly finds out that Mark cheated on her with her Audi. Oh boy, yeah, and he didn't know. Something similar happens in Fringe, and but instead of an Audi anything, it's someone from an alternate universe, and then when the character finds out what happened, she's actually pissed at him for not figuring out that it wasn't really her. I was like, what? Why are you pissed about this? He didn't know. He thought it was you. But yeah, I don't think she'll be mad or anything. But it'll taint their relationship.
Yeah, that's worse than that time that I invited a guy over. I told him I was a bear, and he came over. I was wearing a bear costume, and he left. I think he was expecting a real bear. So confused.
Oh my god.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And I think when let's see, the soon to be pregnant Helena, is that what we're projecting? Because anytime any two people have, like, once like a couple has sex on TV, obviously they're gonna have a baby.
Oh yeah, of course.
When's that
Yeah.
gonna happen?
That's a foregone conclusion.
Foregone conclusion, yeah.
I
Trope.
don't. Yeah, I'm not going there at this point. I don't. I really hope not to, because if they make this show about some dramatic pregnancy now, it's gonna be annoying. There's so much more interesting stuff to explore than that. I would rather not see that, but I could see how it could happen. I mean, remember, in season 1, there was that news report where a woman got pregnant on the inside.
Yeah.
But that was an Annie who got pregnant. In this case, it would be the Audi who got pregnant. But
Yeah.
I could see them doing it, but I hope not.
Yeah.
And people are jumping to that conclusion just because they had sex,
Well, it happens a lot on TV shows.
It does happen a lot on TV shows. That's true. So I hope they're not going to be cliched and do it again. To me, it just seems cliched, personally. But
Unless she gives birth and it's just Kier, it's like that baby Kier from the opening credit sequence.
well, that would be
Oh my God.
hilarious.
That's how the show ends.
Yeah, it'd be disturbing. Baby comes out with a gray beard. Yeah. Yeah, no.
Maybe it'll be a Keira Natalie. I don't know if anyone saw that picture Reels posted. Oh my God.
Oh, yeah, because I kind of was imagining what Natalie's paintings looked like if it had a mustache or it was just her head on the Kier. So somebody did that, huh?
Yeah, real enigmas and theories.
Oh,
With a mustache and everything?
No mustache. He just photoshopped
that's
her
too bad.
face onto
That's too
Kier,
bad.
basically.
You should have photoshopped a mustache on her face too.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, I don't know how that would work, but wait a minute, I missed something here before we get back to that comment. Someone in the chat here actually said Irving was going to be the one to find out that it was Helen all along. I think it was Matt or Fletcher. Yeah, I remember somebody said something like that.
Clever guy.
Yeah. He's the one that mentioned the night gardener. So if it was going to be anybody, I think it would be him. And on the outside, he's some kind of amateur detective, or who knows, maybe he's a real detective investigating lumens. So his innie maybe has those kind of skills too. Makes sense to
Maybe
me.
he chats with Misty.
Maybe he what?
Maybe he chats with Misty.
Yeah, I wanted
Yellow
to do
Jackets.
a video. I wanted to do a video. I wanted to
It's
do
a
a
joke.
video.
Oh, Julie, have you not seen Yellow Jackets yet?
No.
She's seen 2 and a third episodes.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh my God, that show takes forever to learn names.
Yeah, and I'm horrible with names, so I
No,
don't remember.
I wanted to take a video of them walking through the winter, and then when they got to the tents, it would be the cabin from Yellow Jackets. Like video that in.
That'd be awesome.
But I thought the same thing about Campbell Village and From. They walk into the Campbell Village and it's just the Yellow Jackets campsite or the down plane.
That'd be cool.
David said, I always thought the numbers were rebuilding the memories and balancing the tempers of the mind cure so they could send that frequency into another mind. Yeah, that's
which will be
cool.
Helena's baby. Helena's cure baby.
Yeah.
Because Mark's Neo and he's the one, so he's gonna be the person that has to impregnate Helena. So they can have the cure super baby.
Maybe that's it. We unlocked it. That's what's gonna happen. That's the end game.
Do you think Dylan's gonna be jealous that Mark got some first?
Oh God, yeah. Are you, yeah, he's gonna be jealous, all right. Poor Dylan.
Well, next
Yeah,
time Gretchen comes, then he can just jump on her.
yeah,
She dig
yeah.
it.
I don't know if they allow conjugal visits or not, but
They do, but Miss Hung has to watch the whole time.
Oh
God.
no.
She sits there with her Thurman the whole time.
Oh my God. Right, they have her watching the family visits. That
Yeah.
is so not cool.
Yeah, I hope not. Yeah, it's not for a young child's eyes. Somebody told me she's older than she looks, though. Like, I have to look it
The
up.
actress is an adult, but I think she's actually supposed to be playing a kid.
Yeah, somebody told me she's 18.
Yeah.
How?
Some people
How?
just look young.
She looks like definitely a child. Like everyone was looking at her like, why are you a child? She clearly looks like a child. They
That's
even
Some
said,
probably
why
people
are you
makeup,
a
just look
child?
young.
her height.
They look young. Some actresses just look young. There's
Mark
actresses
W.
that play teenagers and they're like 35, but they
Well,
look
that's-
young.
but I've never seen one that looked this much younger than her age. This is for me like the weirdest example of this I've seen.
Well, I guess they had to find right casting for that. That's how they wanted to portray.
Yeah. Wow.
And they're like, "Are you 18 but look 12? Please apply."
Yeah. Now I don't think that they're trying to like balance the tempers in some kind of cure mind and resurrect cure or something. I think that those chips, like I put this in my theory video, and I appreciate the people that took the time to watch it on Mark, Gemma, and Lumen's Endgame. I think that they're just using the chips to eventually do this a higher, more sophisticated version of like a higher level version of brainwashing, balancing the tempers. It's basically, I think it's flattening their emotions so that they can't feel any strong emotions and they're more productive and they can all become children of Kier. So instead of brainwashing in the traditional, more time consuming manner, like with this Egan School for Girls they're probably doing, they eventually I think they want to use chips. That's what I think they're doing with Gemma. And my reasoning for that is look what they did to Gemma. Miss Casey said she was feeling emotions, but she barely registered anything on her face. When she said she was afraid, she didn't look afraid. When she got sent back to the testing floor, she had a tear coming down, but she was completely composed. And I think it's because they have a chip in her head that is, balancing the four tempers and brainwashing her, and she's just not done yet. The file on her on the computer screen for her file, it said 68% done. I can only imagine what would happen to her if they finish it. So yeah, that's what I think they're doing with those numbers. And that's in my theory video too. Which, by the way, I'm way behind on my Severance videos. I'm still gonna finish my episode 2 deep dive. I just have to record it and release it, and then I have to do my episode 3 deep dive and episode 4 and try to catch up in the next few days. So yeah, be on the lookout for those. I haven't abandoned them. I am gonna do them. I just got caught up in other stuff lately, but I am gonna do them. Why was Helena making fun of his ancestor? I think of her ancestor. I think the Dieter plot is all lies. Just another lie from Kier Egan to have them controlled somehow. I think it's either lie. It's probably more symbolic than anything else, representing the duality of the spirit, and that was like the duality of Kier and the side of himself that was full of vice, that was jerking off in the woods, needed to die. I think that was symbolic. Yeah, I think it was symbolic. And Helena, I think she was laughing and making fun just to put on an act. That's why I think she was doing that. Wow, we're really transitioned completely into Severance now. What happened? Severance hijacked the From stream. The last episode showed the Montauk project on Irving's screen. Maybe they are all strapped down in a pod, and when they go to work, everything is a simulation, a place someone could live eternally. Oh man, like that'd be crazy. Like like, wait, the whole thing is a simulation? Or when they go to work, everything is a simulation? Okay, maybe that's what you mean when they go to work. Okay, I understand. That would be interesting. That would be cool. As long as not the whole thing is a simulation, that would be interesting. That whole thing outside in the mountains sure as hell felt like a sim. That did not feel real at all. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was a simulation. I found it interesting how Irving worked it out through the fourth book, then a dream, to put it all together. Her actions gave it away to Irving. He knew she was a mole because she was cruel, 100%. Because she did it because her outie lacks love, like the shadow lacks love. Yes. I knew she was going to go for Mark. I didn't know if she was already in, but I believed she was, because she lacked love, that she was going to switch places with Hallie. I just didn't know if she had done it yet. But yeah. Mark fell for the femme fatale. He knows his wife is still alive, yet he fell for her magic. Yeah. It's kind of messy. His nightmare showed Hallie was an Egan. That was the face and words. Yeah. There was oh, I didn't notice the face. I have to go back and look at that. The numbers that made the face, but I do know it
Yeah.
said Egan on the screen.
I only had
His
to
dream-
look at that like 20 times before I saw it.
Yeah. Did you
You
see
can't
the
see it like on an iPad. I saw it on my television. I was like, oh, okay, now I see the letters. I didn't know what anybody was talking about.
I didn't either. Someone told me. I couldn't see it on my Chromebook. So yeah. I didn't see a face that looked like Hallie though. I'll have to look again at that. His dream was basically his mind connecting the dots. Yes, exactly. Exactly. That actor. Oh, also the woman who plays Woe, who played that Woe creepy, like grown up
The
and
bride?
cooey kid.
The bride?
Yeah. She looked like a grown up and cooey kid. I saw her. She announced like who she is on Twitter, and I commented on something she tweeted. She posted a bunch of behind the scenes photos of how they made her look like that. It was crazy. She looked freaky as hell. They did a great job. That dream was so cool. Yeah, that was his dream, his mind trying to figure it out and connecting the dots. That's when it clicked. I bet Helena shows Ms. Casey the video to one-up her. Oh, shit. Well, that would suck. God, I hope not. I think the show did it on purpose. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, they did have baby Kier, Helly's baby. Oh God, I hope not. No. We just got through the
The
Fatima pregnancy.
future.
We
I
just
know
got
you
through
don't want a pregnancy storyline.
Not another one.
We just got done with one.
And poor
We just-
Gemma, Miss Casey.
Yeah. Oh no. Damn it. I bet it's gonna happen. Do they have to go down this cliched route again? Come on. Like we've seen this play out so many times before.
Are you guys also saying that Mark's gonna have sex with Miss Casey when he finds her, and she's also gonna be pregnant? So there's gonna be like double Kiers.
I didn't think
Oh,
of
that'd
that.
be
Oh my god.
Oh my God. Yeah, that would be nuts. Just to make it even messier. Jesus.
Innie Mark has his family and Outie Mark has his family, but they're also reintegrated.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God.
Can he be de-integrated?
I don't know. This is gonna be messy as hell if that's the case. Shit. Yeah, I could see it happening. Maybe that was a clue in the opening credits, but I just took that to mean they're trying to shape people, mold them into like the innies are very much like children, and when they start working there, they're like babies. They're like infants, and then they're shaped in the image of Kier, just like how people in organized religions say like your humans are created in the image of God. This is a cult on this show, and so I just took that to mean they're Scarlet probably tried to look something up and kicked her off. Oh, and now she's back. I just took that to mean they're shaping in the image of Kier. They're shaping people in the image of Kier. I hope she's not literally going to get pregnant. That's just so stereotypical for me. I hope not. What happened, Scarlet? Were you looking something up?
Yeah, but I'm probably gonna get off of here pretty soon anyway.
Me too. My pain.
Yeah,
Getting
I'm
tired.
nodding off.
My pain is getting bad. There was one more from comment I wanted to highlight before we got off on this tangent.
Okay.
It was from Tony Vasquez. So are we all in agreement that there's only 12 monsters that change, but there are more Nightwalkers than that? Possibly there are more Nightwalkers than that. Possibly the 3 that get cicadas take over. They don't turn due to no child sacrifice. I don't know about that.
I don't know.
I think there are more than 12 monsters. Yeah, that part's confusing. Like, I think I don't know, where are people getting this 12 monster thing? I keep hearing that. 12
I
monsters.
think it's from the picture of Smiley's rebirth.
Oh, because there
Okay.
were only, yeah,
Mhm.
because there were only 12 of them there. But
Mhm.
there were some missing. That's the problem. That
Yeah.
like we looked at that picture and there were some missing. Like I forget who was missing, but I know there were some missing. And it wasn't just like the ones like Jasmine who we never saw again. Monsters that we currently had on the show, they were missing from that scene. So I think there are more than 12. See, there are more Nightwalkers than that, but the 3, I think the whole Cicada 3 thing is separate. I think that was just the cicada thing. I mean the cicadas were all part of the cycle of rebirth. Cicadas are symbolic of rebirth. I believe it's rebirth or regeneration or something like immortality, something to that effect. So I believe the cicadas were just part of the process of rebirth of a monster. So when Smiley died, and he didn't really die because the monsters were cursed to be immortal. And when he died, cicadas came out of his corpse. And basically, I think his essence or his spirit was in the cicadas. And so, yeah, that captured like this, what do you want to call it? I don't know, the souls or the spirits of those 3 people. And the cicadas were still tormenting Randall, but invisible ones. That was kind of confusing. But I noticed though that once it got closer to Smiley being reborn, Randall couldn't see the cicadas anymore. He only heard them and felt them. And I think that was because they were kind of fading out of existence as Smiley was getting closer to being reborn. So that I think that was all just part of the cycle of rebirth, because cicadas do symbolically represent something like that, rebirth or immortality or something to that effect that I would have to Google to give you the exact term. But yeah, and once I found that out, it all made sense to me because I never understood where the whole cicada entity thing came from and why. But now I get it. Like once, I forget who said it. I wish I could credit them because it wasn't my idea. But someone in the chat said it, that they thought when Smiley died, he basically became the cicada entity until he was reborn because they can't die. That's the whole point. They're immortal. Anyway, I wanted to address that because we got off on a Severance tangent and we did have an interesting from comment. So I wanted to address that before we pack it in. And Samuel, you get a baby. Every series gets a baby. Yes. Let's do the whole Oprah treatment on the babies. Yeah. Can we not have every freaking series of a baby plotline take over the whole season, please? Please, please. We got the mole thing settled. Let's not have a pregnancy storyline take over the rest of the season. I gotta say, I was relieved about the Fatima one, though. I thought it was going to be just some soap opera drama. Like, oh, she's going to get sicker and sicker. It's going to turn into a soap opera. But they made it supernatural. They made her drink blood and, like, you know, I mean, it forced her to unalive Tilly, and then it turned into the rebirth of Smiley. So ultimately, actually, I was happy with that. If this had been just a normal pregnancy that was just making her sick to torture her, then I would not have liked that. So
There's none of that who's the daddy drama or child support. I think she's gonna have to pay child support for anyone's gonna have to pay child support for her Smiley.
yeah, I don't know. He's gonna be knocking on Grampy Boyd's door next season. Like, hey, Grampy Boyd, let me in, Grampy Boyd. And Mama Fatima and Daddy Ellis. Not Daddy Ellis, really, but it's almost like he's family now.
I think he's gonna crack a joke at some point next season about it. Maybe
I hope,
one of them call him the mom or dad.
I sure hope so. I think that would be hilarious. I really hope they go there. And we know the showrunners actually do pay attention. So if we say it enough, they might actually like write it into the script, because they 100% wrote fan theories into the script in season 3. There were some fan theory shout outs. So it could happen. Like, they could hear that and get the idea and be like, okay, yeah, we got to write a Smiley, dad joke or grandpa joke into the script for sure. I hope they do. Oh geez, Amy, been up for almost 24 hours. Geez, you gotta get some sleep. Try to take care of yourself and rest. It's not good for the immune system to be sleep deprived like that. I think they want Mark C to make a baby. God, I hope not, Amy. And I think the area they walk in there, and the area they are in, is a simulation. That very well could be. It's more like mythology than lies, written like a Bible and all. I agree, David, about that. They might section Kira's consciousness into her baby. It's possible. It's possible. I hope not. He gets them all prego. Yeah. Bye, Amy. Try to get some sleep. I'm gonna be doing it before too long myself. Getting off of here in a minute. Just wanna make do some reminders. And hey, Trace. Maybe 12 sacrificed the 8 kids, or 10, with Jade and Tabitha refusing, but the whole town at the time was cursed. Yeah, David, I think that's a pretty good presumption that we can make. Yeah. And that sucks, though, for the rest of the town. If they were innocent and they didn't even participate in the sacrifice, that sucks. The whole town gets cursed into this horrific fate. And from it could be the same soul in different people, or the same archetype pattern generated from ancestral trauma. Yeah, it could be something like that. Ancestral trauma seems to be a major theme for sure. Generational trauma. Yeah, I agree. They should CG our Dieter's face onto the baby Dieter. Oh my god, that would be amazing. That would be amazing, Doc. That's fantastic. Okay. Time to wrap it up. I want to thank Doug again for coming on with us. We had a blast talking to him again. That was amazing. And I'm sure, hopefully, he'll be back again soon. And we love having him every single time. I'm still blown away that he wants to come on multiple times. It's so much fun. So hopefully he keeps it up. Anytime he wants to come on, he's got an open invitation, that's for sure. And I would encourage everybody to check out his play Deadline. The link to that is in the description of this video. Again, you can get a hard copy like I have, or you can get an e-copy if you like to read it online. And go read the sample. If you think you might be interested but you're not sure, there's a 32-page sample on the website. So if you go to the link in the description of this video, you can read that. You can read 32 pages, and you'll know if you want to continue. And I was hooked, so I'm pretty sure most people will be too. I sure was. And there's also a link where you can find his first 5 plays. You can order those as well if you have any interest. That link's in the description of the video. His 7th one is not available yet. That's the one that's not published yet, that they just are finishing up. You can check out his website. That's in the description too, for more on Doug Hughes and his career. It's got photos. He's such a great guy. He's been an amazing member of the Fromily, so generous and kind to give so much of his time and just so much kindness to us. So I just want to show him as much kindness as we can in return. And he deserves it, and his work deserves it. You know, his work is so witty and clever and engaging. Just it just deserves to be more known. So I just like to spread the word as much as I can. And soon, once more people have ordered it and read it, I know several people have, we're going to have a live stream with Doug where we discuss it more in depth, which will be a lot of fun. So if you want to get in on that, again, please check out the website and you can order a copy. And it doesn't take too long to get it. It took me less than a week. It took me less than a week to get it in the mail. So I don't think we're going to be doing it right away. We're going to give people enough time to, because there are several people who haven't gotten theirs yet. And people are just getting it. It's only 74 pages long. So it's a quick read, especially considering it's a play. Plays are, you don't have a big block of text on the page. It's all dialogue and stage direction. So you can breeze through it pretty quickly, and it's thoroughly entertaining and enjoying from start to finish. So can't recommend it enough. And thank you to the people who've already ordered it and supported Doug. Our Ambassador, that's his official name now. Somebody dubbed him that. I forget who it was, but our Ambassador.
Okay.
It's fitting, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's about it. So let's see what's coming up next. Keep an eye out for my my next Severance videos. I am still doing them. I haven't given up. If you could please still give them a view, even though they're late, I truly appreciate it. Those Severance fans out there. My later today, I'm going to have the rest of my episode 2 deep dive out. It's not a recap, so it's still worth a watch. You don't need a recap. It's just my ideas and theories and my interpretation of it. And then I'm going to get into my episode 3 one within the next few days, get that out, and then episode 4 so I can get caught up. So keep an eye out for that. And our next live is going to be Monday night, Severance, 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll dive into episode 4. We'll do some episode breakdown, and then we'll take call-ins. So if you like Severance, come check that out. And of course, our next From Live will be Wednesday next week. Starting, as of now, we're planning on starting our season 2 rewatch, episode 1 of season 2. But who knows? If Doug wants to come on again, we might kick that over to next week. So stay tuned for that. But thank you to Doc and Scarlet, as always, for being here. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you for having me.
No, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure, Doc. I was glad you could join us, and you were able to come on a little bit after midnight. It was earlier than some other times. So I was glad you could join us with Doc. Yeah.
I want to thank my fiance for his patience and support. And I want to thank all the little people. You taste great with barbecue sauce.
Lovely. That was great. Well, thank you, Doc. You bring so much fun.
Thank you. Have a good night, everyone.
And humor to the lives. Thank you, Doc. And yes, have a good night, everyone. I appreciate you all, including those of you watching on the replay. Thank you so much. You can find all the links to everything I described in the description of the video. Also, parts 1 and 2 of my pre-recorded interview with Doug. If you haven't checked it out, that's worth a watch too, because we get into some stuff we haven't talked about on any of these lives. So that you'll find those links in the description of this video, parts 1 and 2 of my interview with Doug. So yeah, Scarlet, so were you gonna say something?
Night, everybody. I have my bell. Ding, 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 ding.
Night, Scarlet.
Yeah. Good night, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I couldn't continue, like, we couldn't continue doing these From Lives if people didn't show up and support, and I truly appreciate it because I love this freaking show. And apparently we and Tony are the last ones standing in terms of From Lives, because he's going to still be doing From Lives. He just took a break. So it's just going to be us. So if you still want to get your From fix, then Tony and my channel are this is the place to go. So thank you so very much. I'm so happy that people still want to come out and talk From with us. So thank you so very much. And until next time, keep on deep diving and let's see what we can uncover together. Have a great day or a great night, everybody.
Julie, hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi, JulieBDeepDives. It is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlet of Many Names.
Hey Julie.
Hi Julie B. Julie B, Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with JulieBDeepDives.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. With big muscle car hugs, there's the bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4. Don't stream and drive.